it tries to steal everything they have inside, their culture, their character, their bond with family, and their identity. Maybe not everyone here is a parent, but everyone knows how quickly children grow, how precious every moment is, how fragile their first steps in life can be. And so one of the greatest things adults can do is to give a child a normal childhood. And one of the lowest crimes imaginable is to replace childhood with war and its cruelty. For years, we have been fighting to bring our children home. And we need real results, real, which means the actual return of all the abducted Ukrainian children. It is fair and symbolic that the first crime Putin has been charged with is his crime against children. And I thank every country that enforced the ICC warrant for Putin and others guilty of abducting children. This matters, and it must not be forgiven. Thanks to our Bring Kids Back UA initiative and the support of partners, 1,625 children have already been returned to Ukraine. Each return is a success, a child saved, but also a challenge because the child must be reintegrated and protected from the trauma they went through. The First Lady of Ukraine contributes to the reintegration projects for such children, and today you will hear from Elena about this work. Please join these projects. And we are also starting a tracing mechanism to collect all data about our displaced children in Russia and in occupied territories. Russia hides the truth, so this work is crucial. It means financing, searching, verifying information, and making sure those responsible are held accountable. And I urge you, please, in every sanctions package, increase the pressure on those Russian politicians, officials, judges, propagandists, and others involved in child abductions and the attempt to reprogram their minds. All this is known, the camps where abducted children are taught hatred, the institutions involved, even the structures of Russia's state church used to erase children's Ukrainian identity. And everyone who does not close their eyes and acts in response defends humanity. Everyone in Russia who is involved in child abduction, re-education, and abuse will be sanctioned. Sanctions packages are never easy, but adding those guilty of crimes against children makes this war stronger and gives it moral force. Dear friends, in Turkey, we gave Russia's representatives an initial list of 339 children, clear data, just a small part of the thousands we must save. So far, Russia has done almost nothing, not even given real information about these children. They refuse to give real information, neither to us nor to international organizations. Please, let the result of this coalition meeting be support of initiatives to find, return, and reintegrate our children, and real pressure on Russia through sanctions. We must turn attention into action. We need your support and support of partners in the General Assembly. And this year we'll introduce a resolution condemning the abduction and deportation of children. Forcibly taking children from one nation and trying to re-educate them for the benefit of another is an obvious crime. The UN must say this clearly once again. So the crime must be stopped The felons must be held accountable. Ukrainian children must be brought home. Thank you to all the countries standing with us, with our families, with Ukrainians, with our Ukrainian children. Slava Ukraini. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I now have the honor to turn to the Right Honourable Prime Minister Mark Carney of Canada. Prime Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. President, dear Volodymyr, Madam First Lady, dear Olena, Diana, friends, it's an honor to be here. It's a tragedy that we must gather together. And it's a tragedy that we're all committed to reverse. You know, Mr. President, when I joined you a few weeks ago on Independence Day in Sofia Square, I emphasized that your struggle is our struggle. Your cause of freedom, democracy, sovereignty, and the human rights and dignity of every person, particularly children, is our cause, the cause of the 42 nations and more organizations gathered here today. I want to be clear at the outset of who's responsible for these horrors. Putin has caused this terrible tragedy that has claimed in the war lives of millions. He menaces the skies of Ukraine, threatens the cities, destroys the field. Putin has stolen Ukrainian children. Thousands of children have been abducted by Russia. Russia has repeatedly targeted the most vulnerable groups of children, including orphans, children with disabilities, children from poor families. Russian soldiers have entered classrooms and forcibly rounded up children, taking them to Russian schools and orphanages. To lose a child is every parent's nightmare. For the people of Ukraine, it's a horrifying reality. Après avoir bombardé une ville,
They bombed cities and children in Ukraine. They bombed Mariupol. Russian soldiers announced evacuations and brought civilians and children to occupied cities occupied by Russia.
Office has reported on these tactics, the tactics including to indoctrinate Ukrainian children. Children are being falsely labeled with Russian citizenship and passports. A decree to fast-track citizenship, the citizenship process for abducted children has been signed by Putin himself. In the Russian school system, abducted Ukrainian children are exposed to war propaganda and given military patriotic training. Secondary schools are required to send lists of students aged 18 or older for conscription in the Russian armed forces. Each of these inhumane acts are violations of international law. And the 42 members of the International Coalition for the Return of Ukrainian Children are united in our mission. We're committed to the safe return of Ukrainian children, that this must be part of any negotiated settlement. As you mentioned, Mr. President, the coalition has provided Russia and Turkey with an initial list of 339 children to be brought home today. But this is just the beginning. There are thousands more children who've been illegally abducted, who've endured these horrors, who must return home. And as co-chair, Canada will intensify our work with Ukraine, with our European partners and the United States to secure the immediate unconditional return of Ukrainian children. We're investing millions in a HALAS system to support the use of AI in locating and identifying Ukrainian children who've been unlawfully deported. We welcome the recent powerful appeal to President Putin by the First Lady of the United States to consider the plight of children in ending this war. You know, decades ago, a U.S. president led a peace effort with Russia through nuclear disarmament and adopted the slogan, Reagan adopted the slogan, trust but verify. It couldn't be more different, Vladimir Putin and Mikhail Gorbachev. When peace comes, we can't trust but verify. We must deter and fortify. We must start to drive that peace with the sanctions you mentioned. Canada has sanctioned over 300 enablers of the Russian regime, over 3,000 individuals. We stand ready to reinforce those sanctions further with our European partners. And I welcome the President of the United States' call today, repeated today, for secondary sanctions on Russia. Russia must be deterred, I'll finish with this, from ever thinking that they can threaten Ukraine's or Europe's freedom again. We have to fortify Ukraine's forces that have fought so valiantly and for so long. And by marshaling the strength of the coalition of the willing, President Stubb, I salute your leadership in that, dear Alex, we can help secure a durable peace. But that peace is only truly peace with the reunification of children with their family, with their homeland, and we will not rest until that happens. Slava Ukraine.
Thank you, Prime Minister. And now, it's my great honor to introduce two special guests to share some words. First, I'd like to give the floor to Olena Zelenska, who's the First Lady of Ukraine. First Lady, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Distinguished attendees, leaders of representative members of states of the International Coalition, members of royal families, Your Majesties, First Ladies and Gentlemen, and honored guests. Obviously, I wish to speak today about painful truths. Around the world, we say that children are our most precious treasures. We cite the Convention on the Rights of the Child and many international agreements meant to protect them. Yet too often, children become the very first victims. They are left unprotected. There is a saying, one crime is a tragedy, many crimes are statistics. If one child were abducted, we would be outraged and demand justice. But what if an entire state, using its institutions and army, abducts not only one, but thousands of children? We cannot allow such crimes to become statistics. That is exactly what Russia is doing in Ukraine. When Russian forces occupied Kherson, caregivers hid 48 children in a church basement. Among them was 10-month-old then Margarita Prokopenko. Later, while treated from bronchitis in the hospital, she was seized by Russian officials during so-called inspections. She was taken to Moscow, illegally adopted by a Russian official, a close ally to Putin, and issued a false birth certificate with a new name, Marina Mironova, and a new birthplace, Russia. Her identity erased. Of those 48 children, only 7 have been returned. The rest remain in Russia. Another case, Alexander and Christina, a brother and sister, were taken from their foster family, also in Kherson. They were separated and placed with different Russian families. Alexander's Ukrainian passport was confiscated, preventing him from returning to Ukraine. In January 2024, he took his own life. He was buried in Russia without Ukraine being informed. His sister remains there, and we still have no contact with her. There are not relocations and evacuations. These children are victims of repression. Their identities are changed, their ties severed, their hopes destroyed. Ukraine cannot bring them all back alone. Russia refuses to provide information even to international organizations and ignores the Geneva Conventions. That is why Ukraine, together with partners, created the International Coalition for the Return of Ukrainian Children. I'm grateful to Canada, to the United States, and to all who joined from the start. Today, the coalition includes 41 countries and the Council of Europe. Through these joint efforts, 1,625 children have been returned. Behind every name are months of searching, negotiation, and risk. But at this place, it would take 50 years to return them all, an entire lifetime, and these children cannot wait a lifetime. That is why the world that gives us hope is together. To avoid spending an entire lifetime and the lives of children, we need the whole international community and political influence. This is precisely what the presidents of our countries are working on. So what can we do, the first ladies, gentlemen, and civil society representatives, again together? We can help these children reclaim their childhood and rebuild their lives. Many return without homes, parents, or security. Most suffer psychological trauma and require support. That is why my colleagues and I are working in these three areas. The first area is family and shelter. It is crucial for a child to return to their biological family or find a new foster family. And through the Room for Childhood project, my foundation, for example, builds homes for foster families, provides transport, and ensures humanitarian aid so children can grow up in warmth and care. The second point is reintegration and healing. We organize psychological rehabilitation camps, cultural and educational exchanges, provide psychological assistance, giving children the chance to feel safe, to smile, and to dream again. Independent living. Many abducted as children are now young adults without homes or families. Ukraine is creating social apartments and supported housing for them to help them study, work, and build new lives through several state projects. Once more, distinguished guests, returning Ukrainian children is not a political matter. It is a test of our humanity. It is a humanitarian call. When it comes to humanity, neutrality is impossible, I'm sure. I urge you to join us. Every country, every institution, every family can be part of this process, helping children to come home and to feel at home. I dream of the day when you can meet these children in their families, in their communities. And I know some of them personally. Their resilience and courage are extraordinary, greater than many adults could show. And despite all they have endured, they still believe in the world, in the future, and in us adults. And we must finally live up to their trust and their hopes, because they are the future of our world. It's simple, but that's true. Thank you.
I'd like to thank the First Lady very much and now turn to Diana Fox-Carney, who is the spouse of the Prime Minister of Canada.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Sorry. It's a great honor to be with you today. Canada has proudly stood with Ukraine since the beginning of Russia's illegal invasion. Our country is home to 1.4 million people of Ukrainian descent. Canada and Ukraine are deeply connected. As my husband said in Sofia Square on Ukrainian Independence Day, your fight is our fight, your struggle is our cause, and your independence will be our victory. Canada will always stand in solidarity with Ukraine. As we have heard, in this war, Putin has targeted some of the most vulnerable populations. It is incomprehensible what the thousands of abducted Ukrainian children and their families are living through. As a mother, I simply cannot fathom the horror. What these children have endured is more than unjust, it is inhumane. I want to share with you the story of Ilya, At age 9, in the Russian shelling of Mariupol, Ilya saw his home destroyed and his mother killed before his eyes. He suffered injuries from the attack, and Russian soldiers took him to the Russian-occupied Donetsk. Doctors performed an operation to remove a fragment from his leg with no anesthesia. Ilya describes these doctors trying to turn him into a propaganda tool, telling him he must no longer say, "Glory to Ukraine," but instead, "Glory to Ukraine" as part of Russia. No one in Ilya's family knew where he was. He was 9 years old, alone. Ilya's grandmother learned of his location only because she saw him in a Russian Federation video of the hospital. With her relentless determination, she secured his return. But the suffering that he endured cannot be undone. As his grandmother describes, he had a school, he had a home, he had a mother, and he lost all of that, his entire childhood. His story is the cost of this war, and tragically, as we have heard, his story is not unique. It is the story of thousands of Ukrainian children. It is what brings us here today. This is the tragedy and the mission that unites us all. I too would like to commend First Lady Melania Trump for addressing the return of Ukrainian children directly to Vladimir Putin in a letter hand-delivered by President Trump. Putin must understand that we know of his barbaric campaign of abducting children to indoctrinate them, forcing them into Russian schools where they must undergo military training, subjecting them to war propaganda, and attempting to erase their Ukrainian identity by forcing them to take Russian citizenship. They are not Russians. They are proud Ukrainian children, children who must be reunited with their families. For Canada, true peace requires security guarantees for Ukraine, and there is no peace without the return of these children. We will never erase the pain they have faced, but we can bring them home. Together with our allies, Canada will never relent from this mission until it is complete. Thank you. Merci.
Thank you very much, Madam Carney. We're now going to hear statements from heads of delegation in accordance with the list of speakers. Now, this is when I ceased being popular in presenting the President, my Prime Minister, and the First Ladies. And now I have to play the bit of a heavy and say that it's 2 minutes. And a light will start to flash when the minutes are up. So we will not be preventing people from speaking at all. We're trying to bring as many people in as possible. And in order to move things along, I'm going to stop talking. You will see a red light flash on your microphone. We really are overwhelmed by the number of people who've asked to speak. And as we always do at the United Nations, we have a limited amount of time. So I now give the floor to the representative of the Kingdom of Belgium, Queen Mathilde, the Queen of the Belgians. Your Majesty, you have the floor.
I would like to start by expressing my heartfelt empathy towards all the Ukrainian children whose lives are being seriously compromised. Many children have died or been wounded as a result of horrendous attacks on civilian targets. Children live in fear of losing their lives and of losing their loved ones. Countless children cannot go to school. Many of them are displaced inside Ukraine or abroad. Families are torn apart. Ukrainian children cannot enjoy the innocent, carefree childhood they deserve and need. The reports of children being taken away from their families are heartbreaking. These reports point to an intense violation of their rights in a deliberate, organized manner. Independent experts have established that this deportation of Ukrainian children amount to war crimes. The forced adoption, acquisition of Russian nationality, militarization, and indoctrination of Ukrainian minors must stop. We must spare no efforts to identify and locate all unaccompanied and separate Ukrainian children that have been transferred or deported. We must continue to work on solutions to protect the children and restore family ties. Children's rights, and specifically the protection of children in armed conflict, is of the highest priority for my country. Belgium supports UNICEF in its efforts to monitor and report on the violation of children's rights. We have provided specific funding for UNICEF projects in Ukraine, including assistance for unaccompanied children and those separated from their families. My country also supports on a bilateral basis initiatives that benefit children and their education. Every day that the rights of Ukraine's children are violated, it compromises their future. And the children of Ukraine constitute the most precious component of Ukraine's future. Belgium will continue to support the coalition and the UN agencies to make sure that Ukraine's children will be able to flourish in an independent, prosperous, and safe Ukraine. I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Majesty. I would now thank you, Your Majesty, and I give the floor to the representative of the Republic of Latvia, Edgars Rinkēvičs, the President of the Republic.
Thank you very much, Excellencies. Since 2014, Russia has abducted or forcibly relocated almost 20,000 Ukrainian children. They remain far from home, continue to be stripped of their national identity, adopted in Russian families, indoctrinated as soldiers for the occupying power. These atrocities are a direct result of Russia's war, deliberate violation of international laws and Geneva Conventions. Safe and unconditional return of Ukrainian children should be part of achieving peace. We commend Ukraine for placing its people at the center of the peace talks. Excellencies, we will not let Russia get away with these crimes. International community needs to make every effort to demand accountability from Russia. Latvia encourages broader sanctions targeting perpetrators of Russia's policy. We must ensure that the protection of all children are at the forefront of our efforts. Children grow fast. Time actually is not on our side. About 1,600 children have been returned, but it's not enough. We need to continue to pressure Russia to share the lists of children and their locations, give access to the International Committee of the Red Cross and human rights monitors. We will do everything in our power to return and to protect Ukrainian children. Latvia is ready to work together with Ukraine and other partners within the initiative to provide safe pathways home for Ukrainians returning home, especially deported children. We will continue to raise international awareness, working together with international organizations and non-governmental sector. We will be tireless in this endeavor until the last child is back to his or her loved ones. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I now give the floor to the representative of the Republic of Finland.
Thank you very much. You know, Olena, Vladimir, Mark, and Diana, we quite often talk about the three pillars of statehood being independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity. But I think essentially what we're speaking about here today, it really is about identity. So Suzanne, my wife, and I had the chance to visit you in Kyiv about a week and a half ago. And during that visit, I had a chance to meet an organization called the Voices of Children. And of course, when we look at war, there are elements of it that are brutal, vulgar, and unethical. But the kidnapping of children, I think, goes beyond all of that. And we have to think that it's not only about the children being abducted and taken away and Russified, but it's also about bringing them back and what happens to them when they bring back. So the organization that I was talking to said that they desperately needed more psychiatrists, because when the kids come back, and they have been told by the Russians that your parents don't love you, Ukrainians hate you, and you're a failure, the mental stress that you get as a child, no matter what age, is simply beyond anything that we can imagine. So my feeling is that not only is it a good thing that the International Criminal Court has issued an arrest warrant on President Putin and Maria Lvova, who is Russia's Commissioner of Children's Rights, but we have to make sure that the people who've been engaged in this kind of activity have to stand trial, have to take the responsibility. And the final point I want to make is that there's not one human being, depending on which side you are in this war, who doesn't understand how heinous this crime that Russia is doing is. So therefore, let's continue to work with this issue. Let's bring the kids back. Slava Ukraini.
I want to express my appreciation to President Stubb. I now give the floor to the representative of the Czech Republic, President Pavel.
Thank you. Dear Volodymyr, Olena, dear Mark and Diana, thank you for the opportunity to address you on this really important issue. As a member of UN Human Rights Council, Czech Republic emphasize the immense and unjustified suffering of civilians in this war, especially under a Russian occupation, a regime that denies people their right to choose their own future. Czechia condemns the deportation of children from Ukrainian regions under temporary Russian occupation as a grave violation of human rights. We strongly condemn the militarization and indoctrination of Ukrainian children and young people under Russian occupation. We see these crimes clearly and we do not look away. Those responsible must be brought to justice. We have been actively raising this issue in international fora since the beginning of the war. We believe that sustained international pressure and public awareness are essential to ending this abhorrent practice. Czechia is also providing financial support to several Ukrainian non-governmental organizations working actively on human rights abuses in the occupied territories, including the situation of forcibly displaced Ukrainian children. Earlier this year, in February, I met in Prague 3 deported children from Mariupol, Kira, Ivan and Maxim. And hearing their stories was a vivid reminder that by abducting children, Russia is not only committing a crime, it is trying to steal and deny Ukraine's future. We will continue to support the work of the international coalition to bring every deported Ukrainian child back home. No child should ever be torn from their family, their home, or their future, and we will not cease until they are returned. Thank you.
Give our thanks to President Pavel, and I'll give the floor to the Prime Minister of Norway in recognizing the extraordinary work that Norway has done as co-chair of the working group on the release of prisoners and deported persons. Mr. Prime Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you, dear Mark and Volodymyr, for convening us today. Mr. President, I was in Ukraine a month ago, and I spent time with some of your colleagues to visit a protection center for children that have been returned to Ukraine from Russia. And I must say, I have three children and 2 grandchildren. And meeting these young adolescents and hearing the horror they have been through and what they have to go through when they now have been returned made a deep impression on me. They were brave, but clearly marked by trauma. So they have experienced, as we all repeat in our interventions, the worst thing you can, to be forced away from family and friends and deep uncertainty about the future. So it is good that we come together, and basically this is a full hall, but I think all of the United Nations should be behind this. We have a Child Convention, we have Geneva Conventions, and this is explicit number 1 in both of them. This is truly unacceptable. The situation for the stolen children of Ukraine reminds us of the horror of this war. So the plight of the children is at the heart of any credible path to peace. And it was a part of your formula, Mr. President. I salute Canada for its systematic work and also the NGOs and the civil society that is backing up this. No one wants peace more than the Ukrainians, and no one deserves peace more than the children of Ukraine. So we stand by the demand that Russia must return all of the children that have been forcibly deported. A good place to start would be to return the children on the list submitted by Ukraine. So if Russia has any intention of showing good faith, and it remains to be seen, this is a place to start. So I will simply conclude by saying that Norway is a committed friend of Ukraine. We stand with you. We have about 100,000 Ukrainians living in Norway. We are looking after them. They are looking after us. They are good people. We support the office of the Ombudsperson, and we work closely with UNICEF inside Ukraine. And the key priority is to ensure that return and reintegration is done in a safe and orderly way, because the reintegration is a complex task, we know. We will support the newly established tracing mechanism to make it easier to locate and identify deported children. So forcibly deporting children is an affront to the world, and I'd like to salute also the First Ladies Zeleńska and Trump for their engagement, showing that this is a broad humanitarian family issue, and it will deepen also the partnership, I believe, and I hope, between the United States and Ukraine. So as we develop our coalition to support Ukraine, let us make this dimension, which is a human dimension, key to our efforts. We support Ukraine with necessary arms to defend itself. We support you economically, humanitarian-wise, but this is real human dimension that we need to lift also to explain to our populations. And I also like to thank the President of the European Commission for announcing a high-level meeting on this issue, and Norway will do what we can to contribute. Slava Ukraina.
Thank you. I thank Prime Minister Sture, and I also want to give the floor now to the representative of the Republic of Austria, who is the Federal Chancellor of the Republic. Mr. Strucker, yes.
Distinguished co-chairs of the International Coalition of the Return of Ukrainian Children, President Zelensky, Prime Minister Carney, First Ladies, Excellencies. First of all, thank you for hosting this important meeting. Let me make one thing very clear from the outset. Austria supports a comprehensive, just and lasting peace for Ukraine based on the United Nations Charter and international law. Russia's unprovoked and unjustified war of aggression has caused 3 years of terrible destruction, deep suffering and great despair. Millions have been displaced, and nearly 100,000 Ukrainians forced to flee have found refuge in Austria, among them many children. Austria remains one of the main contributors of humanitarian and financial aid to Ukraine and is committed to continuing support for Ukraine and its neighboring states. As a member of the International Coalition for the Return of Ukrainian Children, Austria stands in solidarity with Ukrainian children. In addition, Austria works directly with the Bring Kids Back initiative, reinforcing our own mediation efforts to return children to Ukraine and their families. We call for the immediate release of all children who were taken from their families by force. This is a grave breach of international law and a violation of their human rights, safety and dignity. We must continue to work together to reunite these children with their families and communities in the Ukraine. Their return is not only a moral obligation, it is integral to achieve a lasting peace. President Zelensky, you can count on Austria to stand by international law, the Charter of the United Nations, and with Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chancellor. It's now my pleasure to give the floor to the representative of Iceland, who is the Prime Minister.
Dear Vladimir, Mark, Diana, Elena, Excellencies. 3.5 years have now passed since Russia launched its full-scale invasion of Ukraine. During this time, Moscow has tried to cloud its ambitions and aggression with lies, false narratives about the root cause of the war. But the reality isn't complex. An aggressor invaded its neighbor, occupies parts of its territory, and deports Ukrainian children to Russia with force. Russia is destroying the lives of children, the most despicable aspects of Russia's war in Ukraine. The forced transfer and manipulation of children tells us everything we need to know about the character of Putin's regime. I speak not only as Prime Minister, but as a mother. My children fall asleep in safety. Their mornings begin in peace. Every day I think of Ukrainian mothers who do not know where their sons or daughters are. Their courage is immense. Their pain is unimaginable. They deserve our sympathy, our attention, and they deserve action. Iceland resolutely supports efforts to return every unlawfully transferred Ukrainian child. We condemn the forced deportations and attempts to erase identities. It's barbaric, and it's a clear violation of international law. We need to ensure dignified return and reintegration, psychological support, and accountability for those responsible. We are grateful to Canada for its sustained leadership and advocacy that keeps this cause at the center of our efforts. Iceland will
Prime Minister, thank you so much. It's now my pleasure to give the floor to the representative of the Republic of Ireland. Mr. Martin, you have the floor.
Thank you very much indeed, and President Zeleński and Prime Minister Carney, thank you very much indeed for convening today's meeting, and I want to thank in particular First Lady Elena and Diana for really telling us a personal story involving children and bringing home the concrete reality of the enormous trauma that has been visited upon so many children. And that trauma and that psychological damage is something that the coalition will really have to develop plans to deal with. And getting children back physically is obviously the primary objective, but we've got to ensure that we have multidisciplinary capacities and resources to enable those children to re-participate in life again and to access education in particular. It was John F. Kennedy, great Irish-American president, who said that the children are the world's most valuable resource and its best hope for the future. And Russia is endeavouring to destroy the future of Ukraine by these actions, and they cannot be allowed to succeed. It's a chilling crime. There has to be accountability. It is about stealing identity and denial of childhood itself. And we all have to be unequivocal that the forcible transfer of civilians, including children, amounts to a war crime against humanity. And the International Criminal Court's decision in 2023 to issue arrest warrants for President Putin and his Children's Commissioner are particularly welcome and have to be followed through in terms of accountability. And we need the return of all forcibly transferred persons. Ireland is a determined member of the International Coalition for the Return of Ukrainian Children and will do whatever we can to support the return, rehabilitation and integration in line with the Coalition's key principles. Ireland is also honoured to host thousands and thousands of Ukrainian families since the outset of the war that have chosen to find safe refuge in Ireland. And they are very, very welcome among us, and they are ambassadors for your country. We will keep them safe until they can return. We will continue to work with you to raise our voice and add it to yours, Mr. President, for the safe return of all Ukrainian children. Thank you.
I'd like to thank the Dáil for those remarks. Thank you so much. And now I'm going to give the floor to Ursula von der Leyen, the President of the European Commission. Madam President, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, dear Volodymyr and dear Mark, for convening us here today. And if you look at all the horrors unleashed by Russia's war, none cuts deeper than the abduction of children. And Olena, as you've said, tens of thousands of boys and girls are trapped in Russia. They are not statistics. Each and every one is a child. And behind each and every abduction is a family in torment. Diana, you also said, and I thank you for that, there are moments of hope. You described the story of Ilya. And there are other stories, so we can do something. And I want to take my time to focus on where we can support. We will not rest until Ukraine's children are home, but I know that the needs at home are also enormous. So, Volodymyr and Olena, that's why I'm delighted to announce today that we are ready to make available some 200 million euros for the provision of school meals. You told me how important that is, and I'm happy to support here. Now, let me briefly focus on the abducted children trapped in a foreign land. We want to support here, and that's why we are funding your prosecutor's office, so that families can see that justice is done. That's why with UNICEF we are investing more than 10 million euros, so that when the children return, and some of you said it, they are not only welcomed, but helped to heal, to learn, and of course to dream again of a future. And that's why we have sanctioned more than 50 individuals complicit in these crimes, and more will follow. But this fight is not Ukraine's alone. It requires the world's resolve to maximize pressure on Russia. And this is why the European Union is joining the international coalition for the return of Ukrainian children. And we are very delighted and honored to host the high-level international summit to put these children at the top of the global agenda. Thank you very much. Slava Ukraine.
I'd like to thank the President of the European Union. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been advised that our two principals have to leave, and we want to express our great appreciation to them both for being with us. The meeting will continue. We'll do a little bit of rearranging of the chairs up here, but we want to thank very much Mr. President and Mr. Prime Minister. Thank you so much for joining us and for leading us in these discussions. So we'll take a very brief, like literally 1 minute, as we thank the Prime Minister and the President. Thank you so much. Can we move into the middle? All right, we're going to continue. If I could just bring the meeting to order, thank those who have spoken. If I could just call the meeting to order, we still have a number of speakers, and I'd really like to give them all an opportunity to speak. So if we could please continue. Having thanked the President of the European Union, it's now my pleasure to give the floor to the representative of the Republic of Bulgaria. Prime Minister Yelyuskov, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear Madam Carney, Bulgaria remains deeply concerned about the continuing systematic violations of human rights in the temporarily occupied territories. Civilians, especially children, are among the most affected. Russia must be held fully accountable for waging a full-scale war of aggression against Ukraine. We strongly condemn the forced displacement and deportation of Ukrainian children to the Russian Federation. We call for the immediate and unconditional return of all deported children, Their protection must be a non-negotiable priority. The return of children must be treated not as a bargaining chip, but as a non-negotiable pillar of any peace process. Bulgaria calls for full and unhindered access for international human rights monitors, including the Office of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights and the International Committee of the Red Cross to all affected areas, including so-called filtration camps, an institution in Russia where Ukrainian children are being held. Accountability for all violations may be ensured. The use of filtration camps, forced deportations, coercive adoption procedures and attempts to impose Russian citizenship on Ukrainian children undermine human dignity, violate the Fourth Geneva Convention, and must cease immediately. Our guiding point is to assert that the full, safe and dignified return of all Ukrainian children is not merely a humanitarian goal. It is a milestone and precondition for any future peace agreement. Let's be clear. Restoring childhood is restoring humanity. Returning these children is not just an act of compassion, it is an act of justice, and justice is the foundation upon which true peace must be built. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. I now give the floor to the representative of the Principality of Andorra, the Prime Minister, Zamora.
Thank you very much, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Since the outbreak of the war, the position of my country of Andorra has been clear. We stand with Ukraine. We strongly condemn Russia's aggression against Ukraine. The illegal deportation and forcible transfer of Ukrainian children during this ongoing war constitutes a serious human rights violation. For this reason, the Andorran government has decided to join the coalition for the return of Ukrainian children, a decision which I would like to reconfirm today. Furthermore, my government supports the objectives of the Bring Kids Back Ukraine initiative. During Andorran's chairmanship of the Councils of Europe Rapporteur Group on Social and Health Questions, the Consultation Group on Children was established and held its first meeting in 2023. The group's objective is to discuss effective ways to protect the rights of the million of Ukrainian children who have been forced to flee their homeland since the start of Russia's war of aggression and now reside in Council of Europe member states and Russia. Moreover, we propose utilizing specific United Nations mechanisms to protect children affected by armed conflict. To this end, I would like to invite you to support the Office of the Special Representative of the Secretary General for Children and Armed Conflict and to join the Proof It Matters campaign. Tomorrow, my country will host a side event to reaffirm our commitment to children's rights. It is of paramount importance to ensure the protection of children's rights and freedoms in the context of this armed aggression in full compliance with international law and the Charter of the United Nations. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Prime Minister. I'd like to thank the Prime Minister. I now give the floor to the First Lady of Lithuania and thank her so much for joining us today.
Ladies and gentlemen, the objective, the United Nations General Assembly is the forum where a broad coalition can be mobilized by building common understanding and awareness across all countries. War itself is a form of madness. The so-called theory of denazification is nothing but a naked Machiavellian distortion of Nazi racial theory. It is a policy that must never be repeated, and yet it is now being dangerously spread on a global scale. It is a Machiavellian crime to accuse both past and present victims and to shift onto them the guilt of the executioners. Yet these are the consequences of the domination of the aggressor's sick ideology. Ukrainian children are being torn from their families and deported from their homeland. Their culture and national identity are being erased. They face illegal indoctrination, falsified history, and manipulation of collective memory. These actions aim not only to justify Ukraine's occupation today, but also to normalize the dehumanization of entire societies in the future. This is lethal for humanity. The same forces caused the Holodomor, carried out deportations to Siberia, and filled the mass graves of Gulag. They forced the expulsion of the native Crimean Tatars who had lived peacefully in their own homeland, in sovereign and independent Ukraine. They launched the full-scale war in Ukraine in 2022, and now the same forces are blaming the Western civilization for the consequences of the war. We must understand how harmful it is for humanity to revive such ideologies, to promote them as acceptable, and to spread them means to accept the mass devaluation of human life and the distortion of the Holocaust. Today we see how quickly and brutally such thinking can be forced into the minds of any society through brainwashing. Public attitudes, perspectives, and values are being altered. This is a profound threat to humanity. We must stop the mental manipulations of the aggressor. The international community and professionals must unite to face this global challenge to social psychology worldwide. We need more scientific research on the impact of war on mental health. Mental health support is needed not only for Ukrainians, but also for all post-war societies. We need more effective practical tools to provide real support for families suffering from war and post-war emotional wounds. Lithuania is already committed and will continue its support for Ukraine in the field of children's mental health and psychological rehabilitation, not only with words, but with actions too. We are working with mental health specialists at the Ukrainian Center in Vilnius. Experts are providing psychological help and self-help methodologies for children of war veterans and refugees. Lithuanian universities are cooperating with Ukrainian universities on research into mental health issues and psychosocial rehabilitation of children. The challenge of mental health is essential for long-lasting peace in the world. Lithuania calls on the international community to unite, to seek solutions, to strengthen the resilience of our societies in the whole world, for Ukraine, for children, for our common future. Thank you.
I thank the First Lady of Lithuania very much for her talk. I now give the floor to General Keith Kellogg, who's the United States Special Envoy for Ukraine. General Kellogg, you have the floor.
Thank you, and thanks for all of you being here today. At a recent visit into Kyiv, I visited a children's memorial. In that memorial were those that were lost in the war, but also those that were missing. Instead of laying flowers at the memorial, those who laid something down, we laid stuffed toys, animal toys, down to remember them. It's something we should think about, because we as adults, we should be ashamed that the children have become pawns in this war, and we must figure ways to bring those children back. For those of us that sit here, and those are not only the senior leaders in this room, but those on the press on my left and right as well, should make this a primary issue on the abduction of children. We as parents, and I am as a parent, as a grandparent, are appalled at the fact that children have been made pawns in this war. And briefly, even God knew that. In the New Testament, in Matthew 18:6, he said, "It would be better to have a millstone around your neck than to harm the little ones." We should always remember that. And with that, thank you for being here today. Let us bring these children home. Thank you.
General, thank you very much. I give the floor now to Alain Berset, the Secretary General of the Council of Europe. Monsieur Berset.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Minister Sibilla, dear Andri, First Lady Fox-Kearney, Excellencies. For all of us, the children of Ukraine hold a very special place in our hearts. And it is also the case for the Council of Europe. And it is also the reason why the children of Ukraine are at the very center of the action plan that we have for Ukraine. This action plan is about resilience, is about recovery, is about reconstruction. And what does it mean for the children of Ukraine? Resilience means survival. Recovery means healing, as most of you mentioned before. And reconstruction means a future. That's why we must have these ideas in mind, and at the top of our priorities, supporting the children of Ukraine. What does it mean exactly? It means that we all must deliver where we have a possibility to deliver, where we have leverage. And for the institution I represent here, the Council of Europe, it means to deliver on accountability. Let me bring one example. In July, the European Court of Human Rights spoke with clarity and stated that Russia is responsible for the unlawful transfer and adoption of Ukrainian children and must cooperate in their safe return. And it is important to underline this because it is the only international courts taking some such decisions at the moment. The second element where we can deliver is about the register of damage. Last week, the register of damage for Ukraine launched a new claims category on the forcible transfer or deportation of children. It will be key for accountability in this matter. And the last element I want to mention, in the very beginning of my mandate, and I appointed a special envoy for the children of Ukraine. To sum up, each day Russia's war of aggression continues is a day taken from Ukraine's children. Restoring childhood is restoring humanity, and restoring humanity is giving peace a chance. Bring the kids back home. Thank you.
I now give the floor to, thank you, Mr. Berset. I now give the floor to the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, Mr. Schoof.
Thank you. Russia's war of aggression manifests itself not only on the battlefield, but in the daily lives of ordinary people too. The reality of the Ukrainian people are facing is deeply disturbing and traumatizing. Russia's regime has demonstrated a total disregard for the lives of Ukrainians, especially in the territories it temporarily occupies. Shockingly, the most vulnerable in society are specifically targeted by Russia, and I'm talking about children. Russia's deportation campaign, illegal adoption scheme, and aggressive Russification policy represents a clear attempt to control the Ukrainian people, erase their identity, and dictate their future. We all know that time is of the essence. For a child who is separated from their loved ones, every day matters, and the same goes for their parents. We know many families are going to great lengths to recover their lost children. I want to underline my deep sympathy and support for these efforts. We are grateful to Canada and Ukraine for hosting this meeting. It is important to discuss concrete ways to help. The Netherlands has various initiatives in place to support Ukrainian efforts. First, the Netherlands is facilitating a project which uses DNA to establish the family ties with children who were deported by Russia. This DNA analysis sends a clear message to Putin that he cannot erase the identity of these children. We will have irrefutable evidence of their family ties. We are also investing in rehabilitation and mental health support for children returning from their ordeal. It is important to ensure they receive the care, stability and guidance needed to heal, reintegrate and rebuild their lives. In addition, we are working with partners to ensure that those responsible for these horrifying practices are held to account. We are also putting pressure on Russia to stop the adoptions, including through sanctions. All these joint efforts are part and parcel of unwavering Dutch support for Ukraine, political, military, economic and moral. Our collective message to Russia must be clear. Children must not be used as pawns of war. They are the future of Ukraine, and their future belongs to them.
Thank you, Prime Minister. I'm now going to give the floor to to the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Foreign and European Affairs of Slovenia. You have the floor.
So much. Slovenia condemns abductions and forcible transfers of Ukrainian children to Russia, Belarus and temporarily occupied territories. This is a blatant violation of international humanitarian law and human rights law and constitutes a war crime. In this regard, the ICC has issued arrest warrants for President Putin and Commissioner for Children's Rights Lvova Belova, and this matters, as President Zelensky put it earlier. Russia must end this deplorable and unlawful practice and ensure immediate and safe return of Ukrainian children. Thousands of children have been separated from their homes and families and robbed of education. They have been deprived of a simple childhood. It is concerning to see that grave violations against children in Ukraine continue, even after the Secretary General's annual report clearly noted and quantified them. The number of casualties among children has been rising in recent months, with the youngest victims being babies and toddlers. We are deeply alarmed by the reports of illegal adoptions, enlistments, and indoctrination of Ukrainian children and youth, as well as alterations of their personal status. Children should not have become pawns of a war. The issue of abducted Ukrainian children is intrinsically connected to efforts to bring peace to Ukraine, and Russia must provide all necessary information about children and facilitate their return. This would be a concrete confidence-building measure and an opportunity for Russia to demonstrate its willingness for peace. Slovenia will continue to support the activities of the International Coalition for the Return of Ukrainian Children. We will use every opportunity to raise awareness about the issue and support all steps to protect children affected by Russian aggression. In our humanitarian aid for Ukraine, we place a very special emphasis on psychosocial assistance and rehabilitation of children affected by the war, and we will continue and expand such projects. Slovenia supports foster families in Ukraine, as we believe every child deserves a safe and nurturing environment. This year, we will open a foster home for 10 children, and by the end of next year, 2 additional foster homes will be built. And this concrete commitment reflects our dedication to strengthening child protection systems both at home and abroad. So we are furthermore looking into ways to provide additional support, including school meals for children and safe shelter in schools for those most affected already in this year and also next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Italy, Mr. Tajani.
Thank you, Chair. Italy is part of this coalition. We believe in this coalition, and we are ready for doing more for supporting this coalition. This history of the Ukrainian children is part of the disaster, is part of the violation of the international rules, but it's more than a violation of international rules. It's a crime against humanity. Because when we talk on children, we talk the human rights. For this, we need to be very strong against Russia for this. We need to do more. Italy is ready for doing more. We will continue to work together to increase pressure on Russia. We fully support efforts by the Vatican and other actors that are facilitating the return of Ukrainian children. I spoke to Pope Leo on this issue when we met last month, and he's ready and we are ready for working together for achieving our goal. The future of Ukrainian children remains a key priority for us. Then it's important to work for the reintegration at home, not easy after many years in Russia. For this, we need also we are ready also for sending psychologists for supporting the action of the Ukrainian authorities. The path to a just peace must include the return home of all Ukrainian children, and Italy is strongly committed to this common goal. Slava Ukraini!
I'm now going to give the floor to the representative of Malta, and after that, I'm afraid I have to be the bearer of bad news. The train is going to leave the station. So after that, I'm going to ask our foreign minister and the foreign minister of Ukraine if they would sum up. But first, I'm going to Malta. I apologize, but we're working under strict rules of time here. So Malta, and then
distinguished delegates, Malta thanks the Prime Minister of Canada and the President of Ukraine for convening this important meeting. The plight of Ukrainian children who have been unlawfully transferred and deported to Russia by Russia is one of the gravest consequences of the ongoing aggression. It represents not only a blatant violation of international humanitarian and human rights law, but also a profound humanitarian tragedy that shocks the conscience of international community. The forced transfer of children, their separation from families, the denial of education in their mother tongue, and the systematic erasure of their identity amounts to crimes that can leave scars for generations. These practices are part of a broader pattern of systematic abuses in the temporarily occupied territories, including forced indoctrination and the deliberate attempt to erase culture and heritage. Such actions are indefensible. Children must never be used as instruments of war. Malta reiterates its unwavering support for Ukraine's sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. We commend Ukraine's tireless efforts through the Bring Kids Back Ukraine initiative and fully endorse the work of the International Coalition for the Return of Ukrainian Children. As former chair of the Security Council Working Group on Children and Armed Conflict, Malta underlines that the protection of children must remain at the heart of our collective response. The safe return, reintegration, and rehabilitation of these children must be a central pillar of that response. This is not only a legal obligation, dear Excellencies, it is a moral imperative. The best interests of the child must guide all our actions. It is essential to ensure accountability for those responsible and to embed the return of these children firmly within the broader pursuit of a just and lasting peace. Malta will continue to support Ukraine in these efforts so that every child can be reunited with their family, regain identity, and live in dignity and security. This is a shared responsibility and our collective commitment to the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you. I'm now going to give the floor to the Foreign Minister of Ukraine, Andrei Sybiha, and we'll then turn to Anita Anand, who's the Foreign Minister of Canada.
Your Majesty, dear Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues, friends, it's a great honor for me to deliver concluding remarks on behalf of the President of Ukraine. This is a historic event, and I thank each one of you for your participation. Your presence, statements, and pledges demonstrate unwavering solidarity. Ukrainian children need it more than ever. I am particularly grateful to Canada as co-chair of our coalition for its steadfast support and effective leadership. Today, we once again reaffirmed that the fate of Ukrainian children must remain at the forefront of the peace process. The return of our children is not a matter for political bargaining. It is a humanitarian duty, a requirement of international law, and our shared responsibility for the future. What Russia did and is continuing to do with Ukrainian children are not isolated incidents. Deportation, Russification, and indoctrination, the elimination of Ukrainian identity, the militarization of childhood, all this a deliberate policy of the aggressor. These actions carry the features of genocide, and the world cannot close its eyes. The International Criminal Court has already issued arrest warrants for Putin and his Commissioner for Children's Rights. The European Court of Human Rights has recognized the systemic nature of these violations. For 3 years already, the UN Secretary General has placed Russia on the so-called list of shame for grave crimes against children in armed conflict. Yet this is not enough. We must continue to intensify pressure, broaden sanctions, insist on effective monitoring, and secure the return of children. Every child still held by Russia is a verdict to humanity. Today's meeting of our coalition sends yet another signal to the Kremlin. The world is united and resolute in demanding the return of Ukrainian children to their homes. I hope that observers of our coalition will soon join it as full members. Dear friends, my central message today is this: the return of our children is a path to a just peace. For real peace, we need children's rights to be restored and families reunited. Together we shall ensure that every Ukrainian child returns home to their family, to their country, and to their future. Ukraine and Canada will issue a co-chair summary of the meeting reflecting our discussions and listing the pledges. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. I now give the floor to Anita Anand, who's the Foreign Minister of Canada.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Ray. Dobry den Vasim. Good afternoon, everyone. It is an immense honor for me to be here with all of you today on behalf of Prime Minister Carney and with his spouse, Diana Fox-Carney. President Zelensky, First Lady Zelenska, Minister Sabiha, my dear friend, the world stands with you. Your fight is our fight, and we cannot allow children to be statistics. L'Ukraine est en première ligne de la lutte pour la liberté et la souveraineté. Comme l'a dit le Premier ministre Carney.
As Prime Minister Carney said, your cause, freedom, democracy, sovereignty, is ours as well.
Take a moment and summarize some of the points that we have heard today of the thousands and thousands of children who have been kidnapped. Only 1,600 or so have been returned. Ukraine has given Turkey and Russia data about 339 children with no response from Russia to date. There is no one who does not understand the pain and horrendous suffering involved in the crimes that have been committed: brainwashing, kidnapping, stealing identities, all of children who cannot defend themselves and who are unable to understand what is being perpetrated against them. And therefore, all of the United Nations should be behind this, not only the people in this room. So we have to carry this messaging, we have to carry this impetus outside the walls of this room into the broader General Assembly, and I was so pleased to hear that President Zelensky is going to be championing a resolution that we can all get behind this year. Every unlawfully transferred child must be returned, and children cannot be pawns of war. In summary, Canada's steadfast view is that the return of Ukrainian children is one vital step in the broader imperative to ensure that children should never be used as pawns of war. Thank you.
I want to thank you, Minister, thank the Foreign Minister of Ukraine, thanks to Diana Fox-Carney, thanks to all of you for coming and staying and listening. There's work to do on a vital cause. I think we all know we must not forget the children. So thank you all very much for coming. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
world was shocked because of the circumstances of this heinous act, which we have classified as state terrorism. Unlike the claim of the Prime Minister of Israel, this attack is not a legitimate right to follow perpetrators of terrorism. It is an act of a diplomacy that is dedicated to political assassinations, and it undermines any diplomatic efforts aimed at ending the genocide against the people in Gaza. It is also an attempt to kill politicians who are members of a delegation that engages in negotiations with Israel while they were studying an American proposal. As you know, Qatar hosts, as a mediator during the negotiations, hosts delegations of Hamas and Israel. Qatari mediation has, in fact, achieved, in cooperation with Egypt and the USA, the release of hostages. And the last agreement was negated by Israel unilaterally, preventing an ability to reach a permanent ceasefire and the release of all hostages and the withdrawal of the occupying forces from the Gaza Strip and the humanitarian access and the release of Palestinian prisoners. They visit our country and plot to attack it. They negotiate with delegations and plot to assassinate the members of the negotiation teams. It is difficult to cooperate with such a mentality that does not respect the most minimum standards of cooperation. It is impossible. Is this not the definition of a rote government? The delegation, they consider negotiations a continuation of war in other means and a way to delude the Israeli public opinion. If the release of Israeli hostages is the end of war, the government of Israel is abandoning the notion of releasing the hostages. Their goal is to destroy Gaza so that it is unlivable and where no one can study or receive treatment. In other words, end the viability of the Gaza Strip to displace its population. Therefore, the Israeli leader wants to continue war. He believes in what is called Greater Israel. He believes that war is an opportunity to expand settlements and to change the status quo in the holy sites, in Al-Quds Sharif. He also plots for attacks in the West Bank and expansion. This imposition is the goal of this war. This treacherous attack against the sovereignty of a Gulf state thousands of miles away has confirmed that the Israeli Prime Minister, who takes pride in changing the face of the Middle East, reveals and manifestation of Israel's ability to intervene wherever, however it desires. Arab countries and Muslim countries have warned, and that have held an emergency summit in Doha, have warned against the consequences of this delusion. Israel is not a democratic country surrounded by enemies, but in fact, it is an enemy to its surrounding neighbors, and it's engaged in a genocide, and its leader is proud of preventing the establishment of a Palestinian state, and he promises that such a state will never be established, and he takes pride in preventing peace with the Palestinians, and that he will prevent such peace in the future. Israel is surrounded by states either who have signed a peace agreement or who are committed to the Arab Peace Initiative. But Israel does not make do with truces and settlements. it desires to impose its will on its surrounding Arab neighbors. And everyone who believes so is, and everyone who opposes its will is either anti-Semitic or a terrorist. Even Israel's allies realize this fact and reject it. And here we are today, where we witness an international solidarity movement that is similar to the international movement against apartheid last century. And I would be remiss not to express my appreciation with the solidarity we have received in Qatar after the attack, including the statement by the Security Council that has condemned the attack. Distinguished, Qatar will remain true to its history and legacy, opposing the crimes that take place. We believe in the ability of reconciling interests with security. We will continue to speak truth, and we will engage in diplomacy when our enemies find it easier to use weapons. We have engaged to mediate an end to the war and allow for humanitarian access and release hostages, and we have faced disinformation campaigns. However, these campaigns will not deter us. We will continue our efforts in cooperation and partnership with Egypt and the United States of America. We are firmly convinced that peace can only be achieved in our region through a firm position from the Security Council, from accepting and tolerating the occupation's crimes, until allowing to the Palestinian people to enjoy their right to self-determination and establish their state with East Jerusalem as its capital on the borders of 1967 as per UN resolutions and the two-state solution that has been the consensus of the international community. We appreciate the role of states that have recognized the state of Palestine. There is no doubt that such recognition is morally important because it sends a message that violence and more violence will not succeed in liquidating a just cause such as the cause of Palestine, and we urge more states to recognize the state of Palestine. We believe that instability knows no border and that humanity's destiny is intertwined. Therefore, Qatar has continued its diplomatic efforts to contribute to the settlement of other crises, such as in Ukraine and wars in Africa. And our persistence have continued with partners in Africa in order to draft peace agreements. Most importantly was the signing of a declaration of principles in Doha between the DRC and the Congo River Alliance in March. Our efforts support the leadership of the U.S. to achieve a peace agreement in the east of the country, and Qatar will continue to engage as an international partner in order to achieve the peaceful settlement of conflicts and to seize opportunities to establish global peace. Your Excellencies, some states in our region still suffer the lack of security and stability. However, there is hope through some positive developments. In our dear Syria, since the end of last year, is going through a new phase that we hope will be a path towards achieving the aspirations of the Syrian people towards stability, development, and the rule of law after the end of a dark phase of the country's history. Egypt has stood by the Syrian people throughout the previous years. I recalled and urged to support Syria from this podium, even when it seemed to fall off the international agenda. The international community is called upon to assist Syria now in order to succeed through the transition phase after decades of suffering. Our experience in other Arab countries has taught us that building state institutions and establishing relations between a state and others is based on equality, and internal stability on the basis of respect for diversity are paramount issues at this stage. Qatar will not spare an effort to provide the necessary support to our brothers and sisters in Syria. And we have no doubt that the Syrians will be able to overcome this phase and to reject sectarianism in all its forms, and that they will reject external interference, especially the Israeli attempts to divide Syria and the conduct of Israel that is as though all areas south of Damascus are areas of Israeli influence. The Middle East has also witnessed positive developments through the election of President Ahmed Joseph Aoun in Lebanon and the appointment of Mr. Nawaf Salam as a prime minister, which is a step towards stability in the country. Qatar will continue to support Lebanon government and people and institutions, and will continue to support the Lebanese army. We emphasize the need to implement Security Council Resolution 1701 and the withdrawal of Israeli forces from the areas it occupied during the last war, and to end Israeli interference in internal Lebanese affairs. For Sudan, the people in Sudan continue to suffer an unprecedented humanitarian crisis because of the continued violence. We call once again on all parties to prioritize the national interest and to engage in a comprehensive dialogue that leads to a permanent peace and that preserves the unity of Sudan and its territorial integrity and independence, and that achieves development and stability. We declare our support for all international efforts that aim to achieve this goal. Distinguished Excellencies, Doha has always been a global capital that hosts major events in all spheres, and an area where leaders convene and decision makers from around the world to engage in negotiations and the formulation of solutions. Doha will host the Second World Summit for Social Development from the 4th to 6th November this year, and we look forward to welcoming you all during this conference. There is no doubt that the trust of the international community in Qatar is based on our successes in the past throughout the years. And accordingly, based on this legacy, we have submitted our application to host the Olympics, believing that sports is not just competition, but a bridge between cultures and a means to promote peace and understanding. And as such, we have also organized and hosted the FIFA World Cup, proving that we are able of hosting sporting events of this magnitude. In conclusion, the state of Qatar, realizing the seriousness of the challenges facing the international community, commits to our partnership in seeking truth, peace, and justice in international relations. Thank you, and may the peace of God be upon you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Emir of the State of Qatar. The Assembly will now hear an address by Her Excellency Jennifer Gillings-Simons, the President of the Republic of Suriname. I request the protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Good morning. Madam President, we are here to commemorate in this special moment in history as we celebrate the United Nations 80th anniversary. And this 80th anniversary of the General Assembly coincides with the 50th anniversary of the independence of the Republic of Suriname and our membership of this organization. On behalf of the government and the people of the Republic of Suriname, I express sincere congratulations to the international community on this occasion. It is clear that a journey that spans over 80 years cannot be and has not been without challenges. The United Nations played, in some instances, an important role in ending colonial rule, worked on advancing human rights, and often provided hope and a future to the most vulnerable in our global community. This is also the organization that provided a voice to the global community and worked to establish a balanced world order aimed at adopting a framework for sustainable development agenda and contribute significantly to advancing human rights, more specifically the rights of women and children. The organization promoted education for all and universal access to health care. In some instances, the peaceful resolution of conflicts was achieved, preventing misery and saving human lives. Madam President, on the other hand, we must admit that the UN, at other times, regrettably has been unsuccessful in avoiding conflicts, wars, and violations of human rights. As we look at the world today, we see that in Europe, war has returned. Elsewhere, wars are displacing millions, killing many, and threatening global security and peace. In other countries and regions, for instance in the Middle East, we have witnessed unspeakable terror at the hands of terrorist organizations. The UN was not able to prevent that. At this moment, there are increased occurrences of grave violations of human rights and more specifically, the rights of children. For example, in Gaza, it is unbearable to even think about their suffering. Also, within our own region, which is the Caribbean, we have not been spared of rising tensions. It is with heightened concern that we noted the Secretary General's recent briefing on the Security Council meeting on the situation in Haiti, mentioning that the Haitians are enduring a perfect storm of suffering. Haiti is still paying a hefty price for being the first to throw away the shackles of slavery in the region of the Caribbean. Our hearts go out to the people of Haiti. Suriname strongly reiterates its position that conflicts should primarily be resolved through dialogue. And we remind the international community that Latin America and the Caribbean are proclaimed a zone of peace. We do not want military aggression in our region. Madam President, this is the moment, on the 80th anniversary, we should reflect and ponder on the next 80 years. What do we have to change and what needs to be done differently? We all must underscore and repeat it ceaselessly today that the United Nations will only be successful if all nations, without exception, adhere to the resolutions we adopt. We can only keep the peace if we stop allowing that the votes of all the countries in the world can be nullified by one veto. Today, partially because of the work done by our organization, some poor countries have developed substantially, economically and otherwise. They have become powers who can't be ignored any longer. We have to remind ourselves that the world in which the United Nations was established 80 years ago does no longer exist. The task ahead, therefore, is that we, in the first place, renew our vows, recommit to the principles and objectives of the Charter of our organization, and recognize all the voices in the world, because people from all regions should have opportunities for a dignified life. Furthermore, the UN should adjust to the world we currently live in. This means, for example, the Security Council should expand to include all nations who exert major influence in the world. Exclusion of these players will only increase the risk of conflict and obstruct the beneficial cooperation necessary for humanity to develop and prosper. It is of great importance that all economically and otherwise strong nations and countries maintain a healthy competition that promotes the scientific advancement we need for sustainable development. On the other hand, these countries need to work together to guarantee global peace, so crucial for the existence and growth of the developing states and for their own countries. In this context, Suriname endorses the inclusion of, amongst others, Brazil, India, and the representation of the African continent for equal membership of the Council. Equally, we support the CARI composition for a non-permanent rotating seat for the small island developing states and low-lying coastal countries. I would also like to remind the member states that my country, Suriname, has presented its candidacy as a non-permanent member of the Council for the period 2043 to 2044. Madam President, the United Nations must be a genuine unity of nations. If our organization, moving forward, wants to play a crucial role in creating a prosperous future for humanity, we have no choice than to genuinely unite, all of us. Suriname stands firmly for global peace, for the rule of law, and for the equal value of every human life. Considering this, Suriname once again calls for the lifting of the long-standing, unjust embargo against Cuba, bringing misery to its people. Madam President, Suriname is a country with people of indigenous, Maroon, Javanese, Hindustani, Creole, African, Chinese, and European descent. We all live together in a mosaic of cultures and faiths. The persons from Surinamese origin living abroad are part of this mosaic of our population and can contribute to the socio-economic development of the nation. We consider this diversity a great asset. Actually, Suriname does not have diversity. Suriname is diversity, and we keep working together to protect and grow our national unity for our own well-being and as an example of harmony in this often divided world. My country also carries immense natural wealth, and it is our vision to create an economy that is resilient, sustainable, and inclusive. Together, we strive to build this more diverse economy by developing, among others, our tourism and agricultural sectors, strengthen our educational system, and work towards universal access to basic health care. Suriname has a vast tourism potential with its green and lustrous hinterland, many waterfalls, rapids, and great rivers for relaxation, as well as for unforgettable adventures, if you're inclined to that. Rich biodiversity, cultural treasures, and the UNESCO-acknowledged historical city of Paramaribo. Through cooperation in the agriculture sector with our neighbors, we aim at improving food security within Suriname and the Caribbean community. My government views energy security as a strategic priority for national development, regional stability, and economic resilience. With an investment of more than $10 billion for the development of our offshore oil and gas, the country is getting a new beginning, a new start that will contribute significantly to our economic growth. However, we know oil and gas revenues should not be the sole fundament of our economic development. Hence, we need investments in relevant sectors in our country. We are steadily advancing our energy transition. While we already source about 50% of our energy needs through hydropower, we are moving toward natural gas and other forms of renewable energy as part of our long-term vision, because we know climate change is a fact. Madam President, I firmly believe that education is the foundation upon which every prosperous society is built. We are committed to invest in our education system, our teachers, our children and youth. The future of any country depends on the talent and skills of its people. My country reaffirms strongly its commitment to upholding the rights of indigenous and tribal communities, ensuring that their livelihoods, tradition, knowledge systems are respected and preserved, and the acknowledgement of their collective land rights. Strengthening our institutions is high on our agenda. Suriname has worked tirelessly on the prevention of diseases, and despite challenges, we have achieved results that we as a country can be proud of. As of June 30, 2025, Suriname has officially been declared malaria-free by the World Health Organization after 30 years of continuous fight against this disease, the first in the Amazon region to receive such a recognition. We're aware of the responsibility to remain vigilant as government as well as a community to ensure that these gains are sustained. Suriname's example showcases that we too can surely make a valuable contribution in combating infectious diseases. Madam President, the Caribbean community is expanding its outreach. And in this light, Suriname also welcomes the recently concluded Second Africa CARICOM Summit held in the Republic of Ethiopia. This, Madam President, honors the historic, cultural, and human bonds between the regions of the Caribbean and Africa. Suriname also acknowledges the CARICOM 10-point plan for reparatory justice, which has our full and strong endorsement. Slavery was a crime, is a crime against humanity, and we're talking about reparations, yes. We will furthermore continue to contribute with CARICOM, aiming at enhancing the organization's geopolitical influence. Despite our commitment as a country to the Paris Agreement 10 years ago, we see that the climate crisis is worsening. It's worse than we feared. Our countries have least contributed to climate change and carbon emissions, but are hit the hardest by its effects, directly impacting the livelihood and economic growth of our peoples. Suriname calls for the urgent attention of the international community to address the detrimental impact of climate change facing the small island developing states and countries with low-lying coastal areas. Our forests stand strong. More than 90% of our land is covered by rainforest. And this makes us the most forested country in the world. Your eyes have never seen so much green. Suriname is one of the 3 carbon-negative countries on Earth. Since 1992, our forest has absorbed nearly 290 million tons of carbon, and each year we capture more than we emit, and we want to keep it that way. The protection and conservation of our forest has been a priority. It doesn't stand by default, but by design. We have been logging sustainably for decades, and did so with the Sustainable Tropical Rainforest Management System developed in Suriname, an ecological approach to forestry. Also, the indigenous and tribal communities protect the forest by their continued stewardship. We are proud of the way we did it, but pride alone does not pay the bills and does not develop the indigenous and tribal communities. Madam President, we must not forget that these forests, our forests, are in competition with vast resources such as gold, diamond, bauxite, and more. We will need to make difficult choices. We want to keep our forest coverage at a minimum of 90%. But we cannot do it alone. The time has come for the world's largest emitters to share this responsibility, not only with words, but with action, justice, and finance. Suriname strongly calls for global action, predictable climate finance for high forested, low deforestation countries, fair recognition of real carbon removals, and direct support for the communities who live in and protect these forests. Suriname, Madam President, therefore endorses the initiative of the COP30 presidency to launch the Tropical Forest Forever facility and calls upon the international community to contribute to its success. Suriname, as mentioned previously, takes pride in being an example of peaceful coexistence, having different cultures, religions, and the traditions to live together in respect and solidarity. This is our gift to the world. The second gift, because we also have a forest that is delivering services to the whole world. This gift proves that harmony can prevail. As stated upon our admission to the United Nations in 1975, our republic indicated our willingness to engage with the international community. My country reiterates its strong commitment to multilateralism, one of humanity's most important achievements, which needs our protection in this time of change. In closing, aggression and military force should be replaced with peaceful resolution and dialogue, because it doesn't solve problems, it creates destruction and misery. As a matter of urgency, I call on every member state to keep the peace, protect the planet and all human rights. Suriname has shown the world that living sustainably together is possible. we are really better together. Thank you, Grantani, and may God be with you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Suriname. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Katinas Nauseda, President of the Republic of Lithuania. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Dear Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. 80 years ago, humanity, emerging from the Second World War, embarked on a long road towards peace. Building on the solid foundation of the rules-based international order, our forefathers created the United Nations and its institutional system. This system was never perfect. Many nations, Lithuania included, had to struggle for decades, seeking freedom, independence, and sovereignty. Many people suffered war, famine, and premature death. And yet, it was the best international order that we have ever. The United Nations system embodied the great hope that nourishes the human soul and guides our actions for the universal good. Together we succeeded in condemning war and conquest, at least in theory, if not always in practice. To this day, even the worst aggressors feel ashamed to openly conquer, destroy, and enslave. Instead, they talk about special military operations and the need to protect those who frankly do not want to be protected. This shame is a significant achievement of our time. To the extent that current international norms limit the behavior of offenders, they help countless people to survive, escape torture, or even prosper. Thus, it is an ever-growing concern to witness these same norms being subjected to increasingly open and brutal attacks. Our international order is being slowly eroded by the irresponsible actions of those who should know better. The world is turning into a much more dangerous place. We have seen this before. We cannot ignore the striking parallels between the present day and the events of 1938, a time when the world chose appeasement over international law and diplomacy over deterrence, culminating in the infamous Munich Pact. That was a short-sighted attempt to satisfy a dangerous revisionist aggressor by giving away the territory of a sovereign nation. It proved to be a complete failure. The Munich Pact not only emboldened the Nazi regime, but also opened the door for Soviet expansion. Soon after, the secret protocols of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact carved Europe into spheres of influence and sealed the fate of many independent states. As Europe descended into another great war, Lithuania and the other Baltic states were illegally occupied, annexed, and brutalized. After regaining the independence 35 years ago, Lithuania feels a duty to guard the bitter memory of past mistakes. Never again will we place our hopes in appeasement. Never again will we stand aside. Never again shall Pandora's box be opened. In 1938, it was Czechoslovakia that was abandoned. Today, we cannot abandon Ukraine alone. The war in Ukraine is well into its 4th year. The international community has not done enough to stop aggressor. This is a quest that goes far beyond the usual lines that keep different nations apart. What matters is not the distinction between large and small, or between global north and global south nations, but the basic principles of the UN Charter, which guarantee peace and security across the globe. If one UN member is attacked with impunity year after year by a permanent member of the Security Council, what does that mean for the rest of us? When power replaces law and fear silences the truth, the foundations of the global order begin to crack. And then nobody can feel safe anymore. Ladies and gentlemen, the effects of Russia's war against Ukraine are being felt across the world. This war has sparked crises in energy, migration, and food security, while also deepening global poverty, hunger, environmental damage, and climate change. It all began with the illegal occupation of Crimea in 2014 and escalated into a full-scale invasion marked by systematic war crimes. The targeted destruction of civilian infrastructure, indiscriminate missile attacks, and the forced deportation of thousands of Ukrainian children are not isolated abuses. These are calculated efforts to erase Ukraine's identity and undermine its sovereignty and territorial integrity, all in open defiance of the United Nations Charter. Let me be clear, Lithuania will never recognize Russia's illegal occupation and annexation of Ukrainian lands. Ukraine's borders are not up for negotiation. Attempts to redraw them by force are unacceptable. The United Nations Charter is not a menu to pick from. It is a binding foundation of international order. Ukraine is also not the only target. Russia continues to occupy 2 Georgian regions, destabilizes Moldova, and uses proxies and mercenaries to spread instability across the Sahel, the Middle East, and beyond. These are not isolated episodes. They are part of a calculated policy to undermine international norms and export chaos for strategic gain. Russia is not acting alone. The countries enabling Russia's war against Ukraine also violate international law. They prolong the war and deepen unnecessary suffering. Their actions damage us all, every sovereign nation. Lithuania therefore calls on the international community to maintain strong political, military, humanitarian, and economic support for Ukraine. Having already provided more than 1 billion euros in assistance, half of which for reconstruction and long-term recovery, we are setting an example to follow. It is equally vital that the international community stop buying Russia's energy resources. Without all that oil and gas money, Moscow's war machine would finally stop. If history is any indicator, Russia will never stop using energy for its geopolitical goals. Wherever Russian energy resources flow, corruption, blackmail, and sabotage will follow. Let me remind you, this is a country that understands only the language of force. Ukraine's ability to deter aggression will be the decisive factor in the future. Moreover, peace will never be sustainable without justice. Russia's numerous war crimes, from mass killings and attacks on hospitals to the abduction, deportation, and indoctrination of children, demand accountability. My country strongly supports the Special Tribunal for the Crime of Aggression under the auspices of the Council of Europe. We call on all states to endorse this initiative. Accountability must have real consequences, legal, political, and financial. As a co-founder of Register of Damage for Ukraine, Lithuania calls on all eligible states to join this vital effort. Russia's frozen assets must eventually be used to help Ukraine defend itself and rebuild. I also cannot stress strongly enough that the return of all deported Ukrainian children and illegally detained civilians must be a global priority. We urge all states and institutions to strengthen international efforts and to ensure their safe homecoming. Ladies and gentlemen, as crucial as Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine is, it is only part of the broader global upheaval. Lithuania watches the current situation in the Middle East with deep concern. We join the international community in calling for the full and immediate implementation of the ceasefire in the Gaza Strip. To prevent starvation, humanitarian aid must be allowed to reach those in need without obstruction. At the same time, the unconditional release of all remaining Israeli hostages remains a crucial step towards ending hostilities. Lithuania is firmly committed to a just and lasting peace in the Middle East. We condemn all the actions that undermine this goal. The ongoing mediation efforts led by the United States, Qatar, and Egypt deserve our full support. There is no alternative but to revitalize a credible political process towards a two-state solution, ensuring that the state of Israel and an independent, democratic, contiguous, sovereign and viable state of Palestine can live side by side in peace, security and mutual recognition, with Jerusalem as the future capital of both states. Sadly, many states remain trapped in cycles of conflict, crisis and long-term fragility. It is our shared responsibility to support those in need as destabilization spreads far and wide across international borders, regions, and continents. Our attention must also focus on the growing challenge of disinformation, which is increasingly being used to undermine democratic institutions and destabilize entire nations and societies. Lithuania calls on all members of the international community to defend truth as the supreme value and to fight attempts to rewrite history. Historical memory must be preserved. Ladies and gentlemen, as we face high global uncertainty, one choice remains entirely clear. Either we will repeat the mistakes of history, or we will find the resolve to defend the core principles of the United Nations. Today, Lithuania chooses to act. We call on the international community to respond to today's challenges with unity and determination. We call on the United Nations to return to its founding purpose, to prevent the scourge of war, to protect human dignity, and to uphold the rights of nations large and small. Together, we must ensure that no permanent seat on the Security Council grants any state permanent impunity. We must support those who defend the very principles of the UN Charter. In this spirit, I welcome the Secretary General's UNAT reform agenda, a timely blueprint for adapting this institution to the realities of today's world. His call for a more inclusive, effective, and accountable United Nations deserves our broad support. Lithuania stands firmly behind these efforts to reimagine multilateralism. We call on all states to strengthen our collective ability to act across all three pillars: peace and security, human rights, and development. Our message must be simple and straightforward. Aggression cannot win, and the principles of the UN Charter must prevail. Let us rise to the demands of this moment. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Lithuania. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Marcelo Rebelo da Sousa, the President of the Portuguese Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, symbolic moment this one for United Nations. The celebration of 80 years, and for us, Portuguese, 70 years of membership. The time of judgment, of compromise, of renewal, multilateral ambition. Portugal is today what always aspired to be, an open country to the world, listening, dialoguing, building bridges, deeply multilateralist and guided by the Charter of United Nations. A world with more cooperation and respect for international law is safer, more predictable, stable, peaceful, prosperous, plural, representative, and able to respond collectively to global challenges. 70 years ago, we were living still in dictatorship. And we found in this community the space to rediscover the real values and contributing to global solutions. And even now, in the changed world, fragmented, polarized, unpredictable, this community is a key community to defend basic principles of a coexistence between nations, cultures, civilizations. And it is with this coherence and the sense of responsibility, with the conscience of the need of contributing, acting, and deciding, guided by values and principles, that will be candidates to the Security Council in 27-28, a decision we formalized in 2013. Excellencies, let me pay tribute to the former President of the General Assembly for his support to the adoption of the Pact for the Future. Let me congratulate the present President of this session, wishing the success in her term. But I would very specifically, and in Portuguese this time, say a word about the remarkable work of the Secretary-General António Guterres. O seu humanismo.
His humanism, devotion to international law, the reforms he has championed.
2017, que inclui agora.
Now including UN 80 and the Pact for the Future, are testaments to his work and will be his legacy.
É orgulho para mim, having a Portuguese as Secretary-General of the United Nations, ter português como Secretário-Geral das Nações Unidas. Someone is projecting a Portuguese way of acting in international relations, uma forma portuguesa de estar nas relações internacionais. He will always be supported by Portugal, contará sempre com o apoio de Portugal. And I must congratulate him for his speech, because he said, I will never give up. I know him ever since we were teenagers. He never gave up, ever. And he's right. It's true we live at a time of multiple crises and persistent crises. Division, polarization, violations of international law, cleavage between power exercise and responsibility, technology and ethics, urgency of crisis and capacity of response and action. United Nations faces an existential moment. Without change, without renewal, the United Nations will be marginalized, and we could be left to the law of force. No G1, no G2, no G3, no G1 plus 1, 1 plus 2, or 2 plus 1 will be an alternative. No absence of multilateralism will avoid the need of multilateralism. The world is multipolar, will be multipolar. Just think of the situation in Ukraine or the situation in Middle East. In Ukraine, for years, and now for months, for 8 months, one is waiting the mediation of the most powerful in the world. Do we have a ceasefire? No, we don't. In the case of Middle East, we waited and waited for the intervention of the most powerful in the world. Did we have a ceasefire? Without the multipolar, multilateral intervention of so many countries, here in New York, with the recognition of the existence of the state of Palestine, some Europeans, others non-Europeans, we won't change soon. This means we need United Nations, we need multilateralism, we need dialogue between countries from every continent. And the same for international law. We need international law. We need international law for the reform of United Nations. We need international law as a foundation of peace and justice. A world governed by rules is a safer and more predictable and equitable world. We need a Charter of the United Nations as a common compass. Of course, we must adjust the United Nations, but we must never forget the lesson of the League of Nations. When one forgets the principles, when one abandons the principles on account of pure realpolitik, I mean the power or the powers of the moment, one forgets that no power is eternal. No personality is eternal. Empires went up and went down. We know by experience it. Colonial empires, European empires inside Europe, all kinds of empires went up and went down. We believe that in the reform of United Nations, we have 3 pillars: prevention, partnership, and protection. Preemptive action before the conflict, not just afterwards. Mediation, preventive diplomacy, intervention of the Secretary General and of the PBC. Avoiding distraction and institution collapse. Building peace, fighting against the deep causes of violence, promoting resilient and peaceful societies. But development, peace building without development, preventive action without development doesn't work. We co-presided, together with an African partner, Burundi, the preparation of the fourth conference on financing of development. Ideas, dialogue, determination, results. Without sustainable development, no lasting peace is possible. Never forget to implement the 2030 agenda and the reform of the international financial architecture. It's a priority involving the digital, the space, the artificial intelligence technologies as force for peace, not tools for domination. Bridging the digital and technological divides as central to build resilient societies. C'est aussi très fier que...
And with great pride, we share in the priority of prioritizing oceans, addressing climate change. We can talk about combating climate change, but we must first and foremost admit that there is this change. That's why we prepared for UNOC 2 in Lisbon, and we were at UNOC in Nice. We were one of the first European states to ratify the BBNJ Treaty. We project 27% of our marine surface area. That is 3% of the objective for 2030.
Speaking of the appeal of partnership, the United Nations must deepen partnerships, strategic partnerships with regional organizations. Portugal has the experience that is very specific.
We have the experience of the community of Portuguese-speaking countries.
Portuguese-speaking community, present in 9 countries, 4 continents, 1 language. Presentes em 9 países, 4 continentes, uma língua,
A language, a short platform with its own voice at the UN. We hosted the 10th Global Forum of the Alliance of Civilizations.
For the Alliance of Civilizations. Also, the conference, UN Conference on Racism. Portugal
hosted the first UN Conference on Racism, and we promoted the implementation of the Durban Declaration.
Formamos.
We are part of the Ibero-American community. Indeed, Portugal feels like a kindred spirit of Latin America. We share common priorities, such as inclusive multilateralism, sustainable development, and social cohesion.
A nossa parceria,
our
South, is made of respect and solidarity. Lançamos as primeiras...
We launched the first EU-African Union summits.
Initiative of the first and second summits between European Union and African Union. We cooperate actively with the PMA, CITES, and LLDC. At the same time, we think that protecting means also protecting the role of women, youth as agents of change, the access to education, leadership, political participation. The world needs more women and more youngest as leaders in the procedures of decision. Third pillar, protection. We participate for 65 years in peacekeeping. Thousands of armed forces and security forces participated in 25 missions in 4 continents, mostly in Africa. Peacekeeping now with 4 peace operations, a quick reaction force, punctual payment, example of intervention in every continent, defense of a predictable and stable financing, including for the missions that are promoted by Security Council or accepted by Security Council, but initiative of African Union. This year, we celebrate the 25th anniversary of the additional protocol to the Convention of Rights of Children involved in armed conflicts. It's a drama. It's a drama. Children going on being victims in every war scenario. We have the legal duty, the political and the moral duty of protecting them. And then, of course, humanitarian international law. One spoke of it, about the situation in areas of conflict. Geneva Conventions are not suggestions. They involve duties. We participated in the 6th Commission preparing the Convention on Crimes Against Humanity. Human rights. Human rights. Human rights mean personal rights, political rights, freedom of expression, economic rights, social, cultural rights, universal, interdependent, and inseparable. Não podemos ficar.
We cannot remain indifferent
concerning major crises. We just declared our decision of recognizing the state of Palestine. In the Middle East, now we think that the following step is creating conditions for a ceasefire, immediately releasing the hostages, humanitarian assistance, but also creating political, economic, and social conditions to strengthen the solution of two sovereign states, rebuilding economies and societies, giving an opportunity to peace, to the daily life of Israelis and Palestinians, so that they can live, not die. Live, not die. In Ukraine, sovereignty, independence, and integrity with global total ceasefire, immediate and unconditional, first step for a fair peace, respecting international law and respecting the Charter of the United Nations. In Sudan, intervening to react much more quickly to perhaps the greatest humanitarian catastrophe in Africa. On Haiti,
in Haiti, where the suffering of the population is no longer tenable. This in light of the barbaric atrocities committed by criminal gangs and the recruitment of child soldiers. Decisive UN assistance to the multinational security support mission is required before it is too late.
Excellencies, at a time when we are witnessing the largest number of armed conflicts since the creation of the United Nations, Portugal is ready to take on greater responsibilities and represent a global voice in the Security Council, bringing the experience of almost lessons learned in recent decades and proximity to all the states here represented, without discrimination. And for that, our vision for the Security Council will act to prevent and creating partnership and protection, and with the reform of the Security Council to make it more representative and effective, to reflect the geopolitics of the 21st century and doesn't remain stuck in 1945, with representation of the African continent, with seats represented, and recognition of major emerging powers such as Brazil and India, with more transparent, a council that is more plural and consistent with the content and the spirit of the Charter. A Security Council which in 2024 2024 met frequently since 1989. But it met frequently with less resolutions adopted and the highest number of vetoes casted. It's unacceptable that the use of veto continues to paralyze essential decisions. It is therefore unacceptable in the face of human suffering. The Charter is clear. A party to a conflict shall not be the judge of its own case. Portugal supports the ACT Group's code of conduct, measures to restrict the use of veto, and all initiatives that strengthen transparency and accountability within the Council.
A last word. Portugal is presenting itself to the Security Council without hidden agendas, but rather with an agenda aligned with the values and objectives of the UN, with humility, but with confidence, contributing to a council that is more effective, representative, and close to those who expect protection from it. We are a predictable country, a bridge builder, a reliable partner, an uncompromising defender of the UN Charter. It is in this spirit that we want to serve, that we reaffirm our commitment to the United Nations today, and that we hope will earn your trust for the future of the United Nations, but mostly for the future of the world. More peaceful, more just, more respectful of dignity, human dignity, in so many conflicts that represent a shame for all of us. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank His Excellency, the President of the Portuguese Republic. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Yomandu Usi, President of the Eastern Republic of Uruguay. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Señora Presidenta.
President of the General Assembly, Secretary General, heads of state and government, representatives of international organizations, official delegations, ladies and gentlemen. I come from a republic that lies to the east of the Uruguay River, one which on maps, in history and in culture occupies a small corner of the southernmost tip of the world. This is a country of grasslands overlooking the ocean, which stands out for the tranquility and hospitality of its people. I come from a country where it is now common practice for a president to visit neighboring countries accompanied by his predecessors from other political parties. This is a country where the handover between governing parties does not trigger an institutional crisis. On the contrary, this handover represents business as usual. I come from a country whose president can walk among the people without security, can enjoy a football match standing in the stands like any other supporter. I come from a country whose political parties, almost all of them, more than half a century old, are always willing to agree on national solutions to national emergencies. Uruguayan solutions, as we call them. In saying this, I'm trying to express how Uruguay lives its profound vocation for peace and respect every day. I live in a country, of course, that does not stand on the threshold of paradise, since we are also facing fresh challenges in child poverty, public security, and social inequality, and on these issues also there is, generally speaking, national consensus. Our historically robust institutions and political system have allowed Uruguay to continue to stand out in the region for its high level of human development and its income distribution policies. It has allowed us to be a country with stable rules, where contracts are honored, where international commitments are respected, and where macroeconomic stability is a state policy. But this impressive record can also be seen beyond our borders, because Uruguay is recognized worldwide for its commitment to peace, its tireless pursuit of the peaceful resolution of conflicts, its unfettered respect for international law as the greatest guarantee of the sovereignty of peoples, and for being a fraternal and hospitable land for migrants from all latitudes. From that small country which breeds tolerance, dialogue, and agreement as the historical key to coexistence, and which lies on a continent free of conflict and interstate wars, we come to this assembly to join efforts to contribute to stability and peace in an increasingly tumultuous and challenging world. The growing geopolitical tension and increase in conflicts, together with the underfunding of efforts for a peaceful and rules-based global order, are posing enormous challenges on a planetary scale. A few facts suffice to illustrate this. According to the 2025 Global Peace Index, in 2023 there were 59 interstate conflicts. This is the highest number since the end of the Second World War. In 2024, global military expenditure rose by almost 10% in real terms when compared to 2023. This represents the largest annual increase since the end of the Cold War. We're talking about military expenditure of $2.7 trillion. We're not only talking about increased conflict between nations, nor of rapidly growing military expenditures to sustain this, but we're also talking about new forms of cruelty and death that wars now bear. We are well aware that since the very birth of civilization, the absence of violence or war has perhaps been nothing more than a pipe dream. But in our time, technological progress has unleashed other, much more perverse means of waging war, such as the use of military practices aimed at sowing fear, terror, and death among the civilian population. Let it be very clear. We condemn all forms of terrorism, since it constitutes, among other things, a despicable act of cowardice. There is another perspective, a current perspective, one that leads us to believe that the main objective of current wars seems to be the systematic practice of extermination. The end has never justified the means. We must banish that old precept that war is the continuation of politics by other means. All war is criminal, irrespective of where it occurs, irrespective of the God invoked to justify it, and it will always deserve our most visceral condemnation. It is true that every nation has the right to its own territory and government. It's true that they have the right to establish a level of self-determination that allows a nation to coexist with other peoples. And the value of the United Nations is precisely to ensure that these principles are realized in a peaceful and civilized manner. No state that claims to be democratic and to live under the rule of international law can, even under the legitimate right to defend itself against terrorism, exercise barbarity against any civilian population, least of all against especially vulnerable and defenseless persons. Since 1948, Uruguay has maintained a consistent and steadfast position in line with the principles of self-determination and peaceful coexistence. Our historic stances on the main global conflicts, especially that currently underway in the Middle East, are well known. In this regard, Uruguay has always maintained the position of two states, two peoples. The Uruguayan government hence takes very seriously the reports produced by the international community concerning the Palestinian territories and urges the implementation of the recommendations made by the United Nations. At the same time, we urge the immediate suspension of military operations of death. We urge the suspension of death of innocent civilians. And we request the release of the hostages. In our world, at the same time, there are other persistent and worsening, more widespread and permanent tragedies, to such an extent that the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, adopted in this very assembly 77 years ago, stands as a revolutionary manifesto in the times that we are living through. Beginning with its first article, which proclaims all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights, and, endowed as they are with reason and conscience, should act towards one another in a spirit of brotherhood. How far we are from our own principles and commitments when we see that the gap between those who have the most and those who suffer the most is ever greater. How far we are when we see that the principles of freedom and equality are increasingly estranged, and we hear much more talk of a supposedly free individual than of egalitarian societies in terms of income or the enjoyment of rights. How far we are from human sensibility when we forget that our main calling must be to stand with the majority, listening to every problem or anguish of our people and understanding even and fundamentally those who think differently. Madam President, I come from a country with a long, faithfully documented tradition in international politics. This tradition includes staunch support for multilateralism in all of its facets, political, economic, cultural, as the best and only way to face the challenges to which I have referred. It also, of course, includes a permanent commitment to international law, a commitment to dialogue and to the building of peace as one of our greatest contributions in the context of a fragmented and polarized world. My country's entire political system is proud to contribute decisively to global tasks such as the maintenance of international peace and security, the consolidation and development of international law through participation in normative bodies and in international courts, through our support for disarmament, food security, global health, and commitment to addressing climate change. In this context, I wish to highlight my country's historic commitment to the multilateral peacekeeping system. In the last 35 years, and without interruption, Uruguay has deployed battalions to various United Nations peace operations. We've taken on this role to such an extent that we've become the leading country in Latin America and the second per capita worldwide in contributing to this type of missions. Moreover, we have done this with particular distinction because our troops have been specialized in the most emblematic role of these peace operations, that is, the protection of civilians in armed conflicts. The nations represented in this assembly are well aware that my small country is very far from standing out for its military might or its economic dominance. And it is there, paradoxically, that our strength lies. Because we are incapable of standing in anyone's way. On the contrary, our strength lies in intangible capacities that this world greatly needs, because we are a country that can be relied upon to promote dialogue and peace. Firstly, because those principles define us as a republic and are evident in our respect for the separation of powers and the rule of law, the strengthening of our democratic system, and our respect and promotion of human rights and social equity, among other things. Secondly, because this is how we have historically conducted ourselves on the international stage. As early as in 1907, for instance, my country took a firm stance at the Hague Conference on Arbitration, seeing it as an essential and obligatory mechanism for resolving conflicts between states. Just a few years later, in 1921, Uruguay was the first state in the world to accept the jurisdiction of the Permanent Court of International Justice, the predecessor of the International Court of Justice. On the basis of these and other historical precedents, I hereby reaffirm that Uruguay is in an excellent position to be able to offer itself to the world as a host for negotiations, as a promoter of networks of dialogue and mediation, leading to the construction of peace and the prevention of conflicts. Believe me, we are prepared for this ever more urgent and necessary challenge. Among other reasons, because we have learned, as my country's former president, José Pepe Mujica, said, that tolerance is the foundation for peaceful coexistence. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Eastern Republic of Uruguay. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Nataša Pirc-Musar, the President of the Republic of Slovenia. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Madam President, please accept my warmest congratulations on your election at this historic 80th anniversary of the United Nations. Your election underscores the vital importance of including women in the decision-making process. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, in 1945, the end of the Second World War was greeted with celebrations, and hopes were placed in a new era of peace and cooperation, embodied by the creation of the United Nations. However, those hopes were soon overshadowed by the onset of the Cold War. When it ended in 1991, we once again dared to believe that this would pave the way to the vision of lasting peace, security and cooperation as enshrined in the UN Charter. Sadly, that vision has not materialized. In fact, the situation has worsened, and here is why. Firstly, the Security Council, envisioned as the very pillar of collective security, is failing to meet the expectations of the world, if it ever has. The Permanent Five were supposed to be role models for the rest of the world working for peace. Some work in their own interests instead. Secondly, the promise of the Sustainable Development Goals is faltering. Progress is lagging, and with cuts in development assistance, millions of the world's poorest are pushed further away from the access to even the most basic services. Thirdly, international law appears to stand at the precipice of irrelevance. The independence of elected international judges, the integrity of human rights institutions, personal security of human rights defenders, and the authority of this organization are under siege. Fourthly, the Genocide Convention risks becoming a relic of the past. Some states have put the International Criminal Court to its greatest challenge ever. Its prosecutors, whose only duty is the pursuit of justice, and its judges, whose responsibility is to uphold the law, our international law, now face sanctions and intimidation. As if the states that sanction them would prefer to shield the alleged perpetrators of atrocities rather than confront the truth and help deliver justice. Fifthly, the landmark opinion of the International Court of Justice affirming that international law obliges states to prevent harming the climate already feels obsolete. And finally, states are withdrawing from the Paris Climate Agreement, from the Ottawa Treaty, and from the UN agencies, or simply cutting their finances. Each such act chips away at the support for multilateralism, a system designed not for the powerful few, but for the benefit of all of us. Madam President, how are we to explain these trends to our electorates, to our people, and above all, to our children? Shall we tell them that this is the new normal, that might makes right, that the strong may seize what they want because they can, that they can kill with impunity because they can, that they may pollute, wage wars, and trample on international law just because they can? Are we prepared to look our children in the eyes and say, "This is the world you will inherit and there is nothing we can do about it"? With the adoption of the Pact for the Future last year, we have charted a path toward a stronger, more forward-looking United Nations. But we must now create the conditions to fulfill our commitments. One way forward is to establish a permanent advocacy network to give the Pact unconditional, sustained political support. To this end, I propose the creation of a global forum for the future, an inclusive movement of states committed to multilateralism, mutual respect, and the defense of our shared vision. A movement determined to stand up for the Pact and drive its implementation at every level. As states consider how to implement the Pact for the Future, some solutions may be seen as inconvenient today, but in the long run, ladies and gentlemen, they are not optional. They are systemically necessary. The first example is the reform of the Security Council. We all recognize that it is the principal organ entrusted with the maintenance of international peace and security. But what it is not, and must never be, is a body that stands above international law to defend the interests of some at the expense of others. Jus cogens norms must be safeguarded as a matter of principle. If the prohibitions against genocide and crimes against humanity are accepted as jus cogens norms, can any permanent member claim a legitimate veto right in such circumstances? Member states have attempted to address this question through many reform proposals, but with minimal progress. This is why we must dare to go further now. We, the General Assembly, must take a bold step and request an advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice on this very question. Second, we must confront the gap between our words and actions on gender equity. Progress has been made, but far too modestly. Over the past 80 years, 13% of leaders in multilateral organizations have been women. And no woman has ever served as Secretary General of the United Nations. And this, ladies and gentlemen, must change. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let us make history. Today, the 80th session of the General Assembly is led by only the 5th woman to hold the presidency. By the end of this session, she would be joined by a Madam Secretary General-elect, a living proof to 4 billion women that even the most impossible job is not beyond their reach. But gender representation is not enough. What we must achieve is actual gender equity because it benefits not only women and girls, but entire societies. True equity requires systemic change, and so women's empowerment must remain at the heart of our global agenda. International organizations must weave a gender perspective into every strand of policy making. And that should be a result of effective participation of women and girls themselves. Electing a Madam Secretary General would be historic, but it must only be the beginning of a much deeper transformation. Madam President, the Pact for the Future sets out clearly what must be done to change our world for the better. I have mentioned only two of the many challenges we must confront decisively. But we can only succeed as a community if we accept that there is no future for humanity without a fundamental change. The mandate of the Global Forum for the Future would be to push towards such a change. This is why it must be inclusive. It must not be merely a coalition of countries. It must inspire hundreds of millions of people. For when it comes to human dignity, the constituency of like-minded individuals is vast, diverse, and knows no borders. Human dignity is indivisible. We must fight for it no matter how great the obstacles are. And there are many, we know that. Think of hunger. Time and again, humanity rose across continents to confront the scourge of hunger, to no avail. Worse still, hunger is now being weaponized, turned into a tool of war. We receive reports on a daily basis of how women and children are starved because they are marked as legitimate targets, as enemies. How cruel, how inhumane is that, ladies and gentlemen? We cannot allow this to happen any longer. 40 years ago, musicians stood against hunger. Instead of guns, they, the Band 8, used music. The world heard them, but they were not loud enough, as hunger has not been eradicated. Today, we have science. We can address on a scale beyond imagination not only hunger, but every act of violence against human beings and all human fears. Granted, science, technology, and global connectivity are too often twisted by cynical leaders and warmongering regimes. But they can also be harnessed for the common good. Artists, influencers, and visionaries with audiences of millions can join forces with the governments of like-minded nations. Together, their voice in defense of humanity could become irresistible. Together, we can demand real action by all governments, all world and community leaders on the Pact for the Future, and hold to account those who betray human dignity to its very core, through wars of aggression, genocidal policies, and crimes against humanity. If we join forces and make ourselves heard, nobody can ignore us, not even the most arrogant governments and individual politicians. Of course, such initiatives cannot emerge out of thin air. They require leadership, strong, inclusive, and fearless leadership. We, the leaders of today, are only transient custodians of power. Some of us may not be here after the next election, but that is precisely why we must act now. Our responsibility and destiny will be judged by how we treat our planet and its people today. We simply cannot afford silence, ignorance, or passivity, not while we hold power and possess the power of the word. Hesitation is not an option, Madam President. For most of us, members of the UN, is not might that makes right. It is the opposite. We must not allow the powerful few to ignore us. We must not surrender to a world where power alone prevails. We, the majority of United Nations members, must be role models. We must work for a different world. The Global Forum for the Future can be a platform for the much-needed transformation in which partnerships with non-state actors and companies are indispensable. Profits must finally serve development for all. Innovation and sustainability must drive tolerance, mutual respect, and inclusive dialogue. Is that too much to ask? If we, the leaders of this planet, can offer nothing but terror, conflict, pollution, fear, inequalities, and war to 8 billion people, then we must confront the truth. We are complicit in crimes against our civilization and our planet. And not just us, heads of states, but leaders of international institutions, CEOs, and every individual with the power to make a difference share this responsibility. None of us can claim ignorance of what is at stake. If we believe in human dignity for all, we must deliver more. A world that fulfills lives, not threatens them. We must say yes to inclusive multilateralism and a resounding no to multipolarism. Let us show that this General Assembly can and will make a difference, as it has often done before. Let us demonstrate that we reject arrogance, hatred, and willful blindness to a lack of equality and justice, to wars of aggression, crimes against humanity, and genocide, because they tear us apart for generations. And let us proclaim in all seriousness and sincerity that we embrace personal and collective responsibility to uphold humanity, sustainable development, and international law, because this will keep us together as a civilization for generations. And Madam President, let me end on a personal note. For the sake of future generations, to fulfill our responsibility as human beings, to ensure that we are on the right side of the history, we should do the right thing. We did not stop the Holocaust. We did not stop the genocide in Rwanda. We did not stop the genocide in Srebrenica. We must stop the genocide in Gaza. There are no excuses anymore. None. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Slovenia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Kasim Jomart Tokayev, the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, for 8 decades, the United Nations has played a pivotal role in combating humanity's global challenges. Over that time, it has led our common efforts on collective security, nuclear non-proliferation, peacekeeping, development, poverty reduction, sustainability, and human rights. but we must also face the truth. The world around us has changed profoundly and, unfortunately, not for the better. That's why the United Nations remains today a symbol of hope for millions around the globe. This historic meeting is a unique opportunity to recommit ourselves to the founding principles and goals of our universal and truly indispensable organization. However, we cannot turn a blind eye to the real crisis trust in multilateral institutions. Serious violations of international law have become new normality, which undermines global stability and erodes confidence between peoples, between political leaders, and between states. In this challenging time, we all must empower the United Nations to make it more adjustable to the realities of today's unpredictable world. The spirit of mutual understanding and eagerness to cooperate must prevail over dangerous warmongering. State leaders have a responsibility to move toward making peace. A failure of the current generation of leaders to act is not an option, because future generations will pay a much greater price. In this regard, comprehensive reform of the United Nations is a strategic necessity, not a subject for endless contemplations. We need to establish a new group of truly dedicated people who will highly professionally and without any hesitations make concrete proposals for reforming the United Nations to make it better suited to the challenges of today and objectives of tomorrow. A central pillar of this bold effort to renew the United Nations should be a reform of the Security Council. Major powers of Asia, Africa, and Latin America should be represented in the Security Council on the rotational basis. In addition, Kazakhstan strongly believes that the voices of responsible middle powers also need to be seriously amplified in the Security Council. In fact, they have already started to play a larger positive role in international relations, bringing balance and building trust. They can act as bridges within the United Nations when major powers are divided or failing to resolve pressing issues of common concern. Above all, a credible United Nations for the 21st century requires member states to take concrete steps toward durable peace and security. Otherwise, the United Nations is doomed to forever mitigate consequences while root causes forever proliferate. We can begin this process already today by reaffirming our steadfast commitment to the Charter of the United Nations. The founding principles of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and peaceful resolution of disputes must be upheld without exception. Selective application of the Charter undermines its credibility. The world needs a new consensus based on trust, inclusiveness, and shared responsibility. For example, the enemy state clauses of the Charter, historical remnants of the Second World War, have already been recognized by the overwhelming majority of the international community is obsolete. For all these reasons, it's time to have a serious conversation about Charter review. Today we face an alarming reality. Arms control treaties are collapsing, and with them, so are the foundations of strategic stability. Global military spending in 2024 hit a record $2.7 trillion. The global cost of violence reached nearly $20 trillion. Therefore, rebuilding a robust global security architecture should remain a top priority for the international community. We advocate relaunching high-level dialogue among nuclear powers and stronger multilateral action to drastically reduce the looming threat of nuclear weapons. More widely, we must begin the hard work of getting rid of the militant mindset. We can do so by tracking closely how much our countries invest in peace. Kazakhstan is ready to host a new dialogue on nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation. We can focus on informal, inclusive exchanges that reinforce the NPT and support progress toward the CTBT. We also call to advance our proposal to establish International Agency for Biological Safety and Security. Kazakhstan remains concerned by the Ukrainian crisis, which continues to seriously harm civilians, damage global trust, and undermine international security. Nonetheless, bilateral and international diplomatic efforts on this conflict should continue along with political flexibility to meet the long-term interests of both states. Territorial disputes are never easy to resolve and require mutual restraint and responsibility for the sake of future generations. The psychology of animosity drags all involved in conflicts to the abyss, leaving no chance to reach peace. The humanitarian crisis in Gaza has reached a disastrous scale that cannot be ignored. This conflict stems from a complex historical background. We cannot ignore the root cause of this belligerence. Kazakhstan calls for full protection of all civilians and unhindered humanitarian access in strict compliance with international humanitarian law. We reaffirm our support of the two-state solution, with the United Nations playing a central role. Kazakhstan acknowledges diplomatic initiatives aimed at regional reconciliation in the Middle East, including the Arab Peace Initiative, the New York Declaration, and the Abraham Accords, and others. They demonstrate that leadership and political will can turn division into cooperation and shared benefit. We also welcome the normalization of relations between Azerbaijan and Armenia under the mediation of the United States President. It shows that even entrenched conflicts can be settled through diplomacy and common sense. Guided by this principle, Kazakhstan consistently favors diplomacy over escalation and dialogue over force. Current geopolitical tensions sometimes tempt some leaders to claim that a clash of civilizations is inevitable. Yet, these divisions are not fact or fate. They are political choices global public goods such as science, medicine, sports, religion, and culture should not become subjects of geopolitical divisions and sanctions. These spheres of human activity bind us together under a humanitarian umbrella. When political leaders make irresponsible statements or take reckless decisions, manipulating religion and identity for political gain, they in fact seriously damage the trust and goodwill in striving for peace. Political leadership must be rooted in mutual understanding and respect, not mutual suspicion and arrogance. Tolerance and wisdom are the foundation of lasting peace and must be upheld through the rule of law. Dear friends and colleagues, we observe a growing fragmentation and political bias of investment flows. As a result, global FDI fell to $1.5 trillion last year. Kazakhstan strongly advocates for greater international investment cooperation. More than $400 billion have been attracted to our economy within 30 years of independence. Our commitment to open market principles is absolutely firm and will remain a cornerstone of our state policy. Located in the very center of Eurasia, Kazakhstan is poised to play a crucial role as a logistic hub, handling 80% of all overland transit between Asia and Europe. We are investing tens of billions of dollars in our transport and transit infrastructure, including the Belt and Road Initiative, the North-South and Trans-Caspian transit corridors. Kazakhstan will continue to develop regional supply chains that are the heart of the emerging global transport network. By 2029, we plan to build 5,000 kilometers of new railway lines. Kazakhstan has made the Sustainable Development Goals a core pillar of its national agenda, integrating their targets into state planning and budgeting. With the support of the United Nations Secretary General and partner states, Kazakhstan now hosts the new United Nations Regional Center for SDGs for Central Asia and Afghanistan in Almaty. Today, Central Asia is demonstrating a renewed sense of unity and mutual trust. It is emerging as a proactive contributor to international peace and progress. The Central Asian Five are strengthening cooperation, proving that regional solidarity can be a powerful force for development and security. This has enabled our region to engage key global partners in the unique Central Asia Plus dialogue format. Kazakhstan believes that inclusive development in Afghanistan is a basis for long-term regional peace and stability. We continue to support the Afghan people through humanitarian assistance and cooperation in trade, food security, infrastructure, and transport connectivity. Distinguished delegates, last year was the hottest year in human history, and Central Asia is warming at twice the global rate. The melting of glaciers in the Alatau Mountains is accelerating, multiplying threats to water and food security for millions. Kazakhstan has drawn profound lessons from the tragedy of the Aral Sea. Thanks to our consistent efforts including at the international level, we succeeded in preserving the northern part of the sea. As the current chair of the International Fund for Saving the RLC, Kazakhstan will continue to play a proactive role in this common priority. Meanwhile, the Caspian Sea is rapidly shrinking. It is no longer just a regional concern. It is a global warning signal. Therefore, we call for urgent steps to preserve the Caspian water resources with our partners across the region and the wider international community. Last year, Kazakhstan co-organized the One Water Summit with France, Saudi Arabia, and the World Bank. Looking forward, stronger coordination, investments, and sustainable solutions are urgently needed to prevent future water crises. To help advance this agenda, Kazakhstan will host a regional ecological summit in Astana in April next year, to be convened in partnership with the United Nations and other international organizations. As part of our broader environmental commitment, Kazakhstan is implementing a nationwide Clean Kazakhstan campaign. This national movement mobilizes millions of volunteers in cleanup actions, waste reduction, and eco-education. At this initiative of Kazakhstan, the United Nations declared 2026 the International Year of Volunteers for Sustainable Development. We invite all member states to collaborate on this important endeavor. In this spirit, I propose that the General Assembly adopt a resolution proclaiming April 22 as the International Day of Greening the Planet. Dear friends, Kazakhstan views artificial intelligence not as one more technological advancement, but as a major breakthrough that can be a true engine of human progress. Yet, as artificial intelligence accelerates, so do the related risks, specifically deepening technological, economic, and geopolitical divides. At the same time, we should not let ethical norms fall behind this rapid evolution. Pressing questions of fairness, accountability, and individual rights must be addressed with clarity and urgency. We must act collectively to ensure that every country can benefit from AI. Kazakhstan welcomes the establishment under UN auspices of the Global Dialogue on AI Governance. We stand ready to actively contribute to this platform to help ensure that AI remains safe, inclusive, and human-centered. In Kazakhstan, artificial intelligence will be integrated across all sectors of economy and public services. The basic infrastructure to deliver this plan is being built, and our bright young people are getting ready to turn this vision into reality. Our strategic goal is to transform Kazakhstan into a fully digital power within the next 3 years. Large-scale digitalization and widespread use of AI have become a national priority in Kazakhstan. E-government is an important pillar of our national development strategy. Around 90% of public services are already digitalized. Kazakhstan has recently launched its fastest national supercomputer ever. But AI and automation are expected to threaten jobs in many countries. That's why digital progress must go hand in hand with professional education. Therefore, Kazakhstan believes it is imperative not just to increase employment, but to valorize the technical professions. Ladies and gentlemen, amid global turbulence, Kazakhstan is pursuing a bold national renewal to build a truly just and fair state. Over the last 3 years, we have carried out large-scale political and economic reforms that are unprecedented in our part of the world. Through a national referendum, we introduced a single 7-year presidential term, thereby strengthening democratic accountability. We remain committed to the formula of strong president, influential parliament, and accountable government. Guided by strong wish to modernize Kazakhstan, I have proposed a single-chamber parliament for a national referendum to consider. Our objective is to continuously embrace the political system to make it more transparent, effective, and reflective of people's aspirations. At the heart of these reforms lies a clear principle: law and order must prevail. We believe that only governance rooted in common sense and the rule of law can ensure public order and protect the rights of all citizens. It creates good conditions for international investment, trade, cooperation, and more broadly, the dynamic development of our country. The interests of law-abiding people and decent citizens must always come first, maintained through justice, accountability, and mutual respect. Kazakhstan's economy is showing clear signs of sustainability and resilience. This year, economic growth is expected to exceed 6%, underscoring the sustainability of our economy as the largest in our part of the world. But we are not complacent. We will continue our efforts to ensure a long-term growth. Kazakhstan's energy strategy is based on 4 pillars: oil and gas, coal, uranium, and critical minerals. These precious assets are the basis of reliable energy partnerships. Climate change and the green agenda cannot be accepted by all countries that have huge deposits like coal, which nowadays can be cleaned up by advanced technologies. That's why we have committed to decarbonize our country in 35 years. Renewable energy is not the single solution to all energy problems. Agriculture is another driver of our development with huge potential for global markets. Kazakhstan's grain export capacity has amounted to 12 million tons, reaching a great number of international markets, creating new opportunities for trade expansion using enhanced transport connectivity. We will continue our cooperation with all major international partners and regional stakeholders to further diversify our external trade and economy, making it more inclusive and resilient. Excellencies, we will remain firmly on this path, deepening governance reforms at home while supporting global governance abroad. Kazakhstan will continue to serve as a bridge builder and peacemaker. It will also continue to choose balance over domination, cooperation over confrontation, and peace over war. We stand ready in cooperation with other players, stakeholders in the international community to renew the promise of the United Nations as a beacon of peace, justice, and cooperation. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you, President of the 80th session of the UN General Assembly, United Nations Secretary General, Excellencies, heads of state and government, and ladies and gentlemen. 80 years ago, the United Nations was established to save succeeding generations of humanity from the scourge of war and to build a peaceful, prosperous, and just world arising from the devastation brought about by global conflict. Through the UN Charter, the nations of the world pledged to uphold peace, development, and human rights, which would be underpinned by international law. Now more than ever, we are called upon to uphold the values and advance the purpose of the United Nations. We are also called upon to advance cooperation and solidarity between nations. We are called upon to promote multilateralism and safeguard the institutions that enable it. South Africa's engagement in the international sphere echoes our domestic imperatives of eradicating poverty, reducing unemployment, and addressing the root causes of inequality. Our foreign policy is guided not only by the needs of our people, but also those of the continent of Africa and the global South. Inspired by our own history, South Africa strives to maintain world peace and also the settlement of all international disputes through negotiation and dialogue and not through war. We therefore welcome the strong partnership between the African Union and the United Nations in promoting peace, security, and stability on the African continent. This year, South Africa is honored to preside over the G20. This is the first time that G20 Leaders Summit will be held on the African continent, the cradle of humanity. South Africa's G20 presidency is guided by the theme equality, solidarity, and sustainability. To give full meaning to our theme of equality, solidarity, and sustainability, we have invited the G20 countries to join us in prioritizing the following areas. Firstly, in discussion to strengthen disaster resilience and response by addressing the increasing frequency and impact of climate-induced natural disasters. Secondly, to ensure that we have debt sustainability for low-income countries by crafting innovative ways to support countries to have low levels of debt to maintain economic stability. Thirdly, to discuss how to mobilize finance for a just energy transition by encouraging investments in renewable energy and sustainable technologies. Without foregoing what we would call base load energy sources. Fourthly, by harnessing critical minerals for inclusive growth and sustainable development through the value addition processes, that is, beneficiation of these minerals at the source where the minerals are extracted, to foster the development of communities where these minerals are found. These priorities reflect South Africa's commitment to addressing global challenges and promoting inclusive growth and sustainable development. Our country's G20 presidency is a significant opportunity for South Africa to advocate for Africa's development agenda and to amplify African voices in global economic governance for a continent that is irreversibly on the rise. As member states of the United Nations, we have all adopted the Sustainable Development Goals. However, many of these goals remain elusive. There are many reasons that hold many countries back from fulfilling and implementing these development goals. Some of these reasons are lack of sufficient financial resources that can finance the advance that these countries need to make to fulfill those goals. Many countries with developing economies, especially in Africa and the global South, do not have adequate capital to finance their development goals. They are indebted and are paying much more on debt servicing than they do on health and education. In fact, these countries pay much more than countries in the North for their debt. Yet through global solidarity, by having fairer lending rules, especially for several of the global South countries, we can achieve our shared commitment. Through the G20 process, we are working towards building consensus on how this problem can be tackled, including the reform of international financial institutions, particularly multilateral development banks, to better tackle global challenges that many countries face. The multilateral trading system needs to be reformed as we reconfirm that the World Trade Organization remains the only multilateral body that is capable of managing differences and coordinating positions in global trade. Trade is one of the most important instruments to mobilize domestic resources for development. It is concerning that geopolitical shocks and unprecedented trade policy volatility are destabilizing the global economy and jeopardizing a critical source of development finance. In fact, trade is now being used as a weapon against a number of countries in the world. We must redouble our efforts to strengthen the link between trade and development. Unilateral trade practices and economic cohesion have a detrimental impact on many nations. This includes the economic embargo against Cuba, which has caused untold damage to the country's economy over the years. This unfair embargo must be lifted, and we want it lifted sooner rather than later. In the midst of global trade uncertainty, the African continent is providing a pragmatic example of constructive collaboration and cooperation by using the African Continental Free Trade Area as an engine for sustainable growth and development. This will, with commitment, become the central pillar of economic cooperation and integration for our continent. As part of the effort to build more inclusive economies, South Africa's G20 presidency has launched an extraordinary committee of independent experts on global wealth inequality. This committee, chaired by Professor Joseph Stiglitz, a Nobel laureate, will deliver the first ever report on global inequality to G20 leaders when they meet in November in Johannesburg in South Africa. Climate change is an existential threat. We are failing future generations by our inability to reduce global warming. Climate change is reversing economic growth and development gains in many countries, especially in the global south. Although Africa carries the least responsibility for climate change, many countries on the continent of Africa experience much of its harshest effects. Extreme weather events like floods and droughts are driving food insecurity, displacing populations, causing damage to infrastructure, and leading to the unnecessary loss of livelihoods. Member states must honor their undertakings and commitments in line with the guiding principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. The Secretary General recently reported that global military expenditure has reached historic highs, just as the world is falling behind on its core development promises. We are building weapons when we should be building social infrastructure that advance the lives of our people. We are fighting wars that cause death and destruction when we should be fighting poverty and developing the livelihoods of vulnerable people. We must act decisively to silence all the guns everywhere to realize the goal of sustainable development and global peace. And I do believe that this is an objective that is possible to reach. As we commemorate the 80th anniversary of the UN, the relevance of this institution and various multilateral processes for the maintenance of international peace and security is being willfully undermined. There is an increasing reliance on unilateral military action in contravention of international law. The United Nations Security Council has proven to be ineffective in its current form and composition in carrying out its charter mandate to maintain international peace and security. South Africa remains deeply concerned by the erosion of the credibility of the Security Council and its failures to ensure accountability and uphold international law. As the security and humanitarian situations in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Sudan, Gaza, and elsewhere deteriorate, it is a matter of great concern that there are countries that continue to violate international law and also defy the United Nations resolutions and rulings, also from bodies like the International Court of Justice. The establishment of the Hague Group and the Madrid Group aim to reaffirm the primacy of international law, promoting accountability and ensuring support for a just peace. We cannot and should not accept that members of this organization continue willfully to violate without consequence the charter that we have all agreed to uphold. Therefore, as nations that have pledged to uphold the UN Charter, we have the ultimate responsibility to ensure and protect the rights of the Palestinian people to self-determination, consistent with the case that South Africa brought before the International Court of Justice. There is growing global consensus. There is growing global consensus that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. Just last week, the United Nations Independent International Commission of Inquiry found that Israel is responsible for the commission of genocide in Gaza. As Palestinians continue to face genocide and famine, we have a duty to act. South Africa has acted in the interest of saving lives by insisting that the International Court of Justice should make a ruling that indeed genocide is being committed in Gaza and that it should stop. And we stand here to say it must stop. We welcome the historic high-level meeting held yesterday on the two-state solution yesterday in this very chamber. This reflects the determination of the global majority, a global majority that now stands at 142 and more countries, that Palestinians deserve a peaceful state alongside a peaceful Israel. Many nations in the world are calling for that, and that is the voice that we believe that Israel should heed, and those powerful nations that can make a two-state solution viable and possible and implementable should act in that regard. The long overdue announcement by increasing number of countries to recognize the state of Palestine is testament to this determination. We have a responsibility as the member states of the United Nations to reaffirm the right also of self-determination of the people of Western Sahara. The very first resolution of the United Nations General Assembly in January of 1946 called for the elimination of atomic weapons. The resolution was passed shortly after the catastrophic use of atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki that killed thousands of people. Decades later, we have not made significant progress in the fulfillment of the commitment to nuclear disarmament. In 2026, next year, South Africa will be presiding over the first review conference of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. This treaty reaffirms that there is no greater assurance of non-proliferation than the complete prohibition of nuclear weapons. I was glad to hear that a number of leaders stood here to speak against nuclear weapons and the use thereof. This year we celebrate the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action as a roadmap for the achievement of gender equality, the empowerment of the women and girls of the world. South Africa reaffirms its unwavering commitment to the empowerment of women and their full, equal, and meaningful participation in all spheres of life. Yes, we would support also the election of a female Secretary General of the United Nations. The Beijing conference milestone reminds us of our shared responsibility to advance human rights, dignity, and justice for all. We are all equal, men and women, and there is no reason that we continue to hold the women of the world backwards. The right to development must be central to the policies and operational activities of the United Nations and its specialized agencies, programs, as well as funds. It must be at the core of the policies and strategies of the international financial and multilateral trading systems. As we celebrate 80 years of the United Nations, we must seize the opportunity to build a better United Nations for the next 80 years. What is needed now is a stronger and more capable United Nations. A United Nations that is based on the renewed commitment to its founding principles. We must invigorate the negotiations on the Security Council reform at the intergovernmental negotiations in the General Assembly, including by initiating text-based negotiations. The Security Council must be accountable. It must also be representative. It must be democratic and effective in executing its mandate. We can no longer accept that a large portion of the world's population is not represented in the United Nations Security Council. My own continent, Africa, home to 1.4 billion people, as well as South America, are not represented in the United Nations Security Council. This is unjust, this is unacceptable, and it must end. We want representation in the Security Council. We look forward to working with the Secretary General on the UN 80 initiative to ensure that our organization works more effectively and efficiently. Mandates given by member states must be implemented, and the necessary structural changes and program realignment must be implemented across the UN system. In the face of the decrease in funding to the United Nations to fulfill its mandate, the UN 80 initiative is important to maintain the integrity of the multilateral system and to uphold international law. Lastly, I am reminded that our collective membership of the United Nations is our shared humanity in action. The United Nations at 80 compels us to reflect on our collective achievements and to chart a way forward, building an organization that is able to address our common challenges. We must rise to the occasion and do our utmost together to ensure the political, economic, and social freedom of all humanity. We must reaffirm that freedom is indivisible and that the denial of the rights of one person diminishes the freedom of all of us. We must reaffirm the equal dignity and worth of every person and must therefore leave no one behind and no country behind. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of South Africa. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Shavkat Mirziyoyev, President of the Republic of Uzbekistan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Distinguished Madam President, distinguished Secretary General, heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen. I am truly delighted to extend my congratulations to you with the 80th anniversary session of the United Nations General Assembly. Our meeting today is taking place in a complex, rapidly changing global situation that calls for new approaches to the work of our organization and its future. Today, across the world, the role and place of international institutions are weakening. Confrontations, conflicts, and wars are intensifying. Technological and social inequality is increasing. An economic and humanitarian crisis are deepening. All of this is creating an entirely new and unsettling geopolitical reality. We highly commend the efforts of His Excellency Secretary General Antonio Guterres aimed at maintaining our organization as the main platform for the peaceful resolution of the most difficult and pressing global issues. In this regard, we fully support the UNAT initiative and reaffirm our strong commitment to the Pact for the Future. We support the transformation of the United Nations Security Council and the expansion of its membership in order to effectively address current threats and challenges and protect the interests of the developing countries. Distinguished participants of the session, we are pursuing a policy to build a democratic, law-governed, social, and secular new Uzbekistan in full alignment with the Sustainable Development Goals. To this end, we are consistently continuing our irreversible reforms. Our top priority goal is to fundamentally transform the lives of each and every family and citizen in our country to enhance human dignity and well-being. In recent years, we have managed to reduce the poverty rate in Uzbekistan from 35% to 6.6%. We have achieved this result primarily through the transformation of the education and science sector, establishment of innovative industries and high-tech manufacturing enterprises, modernization of green energy and transport infrastructure, comprehensive development of small businesses, and as a result, the creation of millions of jobs. In our country, preschool education coverage has increased from 27% to 78%, while the higher education uptake among our youth has risen from 9% to 42%. Most importantly, we consider enhancing the prestige of the teaching profession as a key issue. In order to create a single international platform for the exchange of teachers' experience and knowledge, we propose to hold a World Summit on Professional Education in Uzbekistan. We are also creating an advanced healthcare system in our country. We invite all our foreign partners to participate in a high-level event dedicated to the fight against childhood cancer and other serious diseases, which will be held tomorrow at our initiative at the United Nations headquarters. Another important area is gender policy. We aim to further strengthen the role of women in social, political, and business life of our country. We advocate for holding the Asian Women's Forum on a regular basis in our region, turning it into a permanent platform. I would like to emphasize once again, we remain committed to our obligations in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. By the year 2030, we intend to join the ranks of upper middle income countries. To this end, we will consistently continue our open and pragmatic policy. Ladies and gentlemen, 8 years ago, from this esteemed podium, we declared our firm determination to transform Central Asia into a region of peace, good neighborliness, and partnership. Today, we can confidently declare that we have achieved this strategic goal. The era of closed borders, unresolved disputes, and conflicts is in the past. In recent years, the volume of mutual trade, investments, and transportation of goods in our region has increased fivefold. We are implementing joint investment funds, cross-border trade, and industrial cooperation zones, and major infrastructure projects. We also recognize as a common achievement that the consultative meeting of the heads of the state of Central Asia have become an effective mechanism for deepening regional integration. I can confidently affirm that as of now, we are at the beginning stage of forming a new Central Asia. Our region, thanks to its unity, stability, and distinct identity, is steadily securing a stronger position in the system of international relations as an independent actor. In order to achieve our goals, we intend to give top priority to expanding mutually beneficial ties with all our foreign partners. In this regard, together with UN structures, we propose to implement a number of new projects and programs in our region. In particular, we propose holding an international forum under the auspices of ECOSOC and UNCTAD, dedicated to the economic development of the Central Asian states, establishing a regional hub for green technologies in industry jointly with UNIDO, adopting program on the rational use of water resources, the creation of green spaces, and the achievement of demographic resilience in our region. In addition, we propose the adoption of UN General Assembly resolution supporting the efforts of the Central Asian countries aimed at deepening regional partnership and economic integration. Distinguished heads of delegations, speaking about global and regional security and sustainable development, it is impossible to overlook the issue of Afghanistan. Supporting the aspirations of Afghan people for a peaceful and stable life requires the united efforts of the international community. I would like to emphasize that it is of utmost importance to prevent this country's isolation. We intend to implement large-scale economic and infrastructure projects in that country. We propose to adopt a dedicated UN resolution on the development of transport and energy corridors of international significance through the territory of Afghanistan. At the same time, we cannot turn a blind eye to the deeply worsening humanitarian crisis in the Gaza Strip. We call for an immediate cessation of hostility and the continuation of political negotiations. In line with the UN resolutions, we remain steadfast supporters of the two-state solution principle. We are also deeply concerned by the situation around Ukraine. We welcome the start of the high-level dialogue aimed at resolving the crisis through diplomatic means. Distinguished participants of the event, effective measures are being undertaken to implement the global counterterrorism strategy in Central Asia. In cooperation with the UN Office of Counterterrorism, a regional council on rehabilitation and reintegration was established. We propose to transform this council into an international competence center. This very body will serve as an important platform for exchanging experiences on adapting to peaceful life for those repatriated from conflict zones. Furthermore, we stand ready to provide all the necessary conditions for the establishment of the Regional Office of Counterterrorism in Uzbekistan. Dear ladies and gentlemen, in today's world full of threats, we are witnessing how vulnerable the global transport system is. These challenges primarily have a negative impact on the stability of landlocked developing countries. It is of utmost importance to ensure the security of international transit corridors and to establish efficient logistics networks. In this regard, we believe the time has come to introduce a global mechanism on strengthening transport connectivity to achieve sustainable development goals. I would also like to draw special attention to the increasingly acute challenges of climate change. For instance, the consequences of the RLC desiccation must remain at the constant focus of the international community. We are consistently continuing our work to restore the RLC ecosystem. In recent years, salt-tolerant desert plants have been planted on 2 million hectares of the dried seabed of RLC. By the year 2030, green cover will be created on 80% of this area. Another serious issue is water scarcity. As of now, more than 2 billion people in the world do not have access to clean drinking water. We are planning to hold a World Forum on water saving in our country. The outcomes of this conference are expected to recognize the water crisis as a serious threat to sustainable development. We intend to adopt a special roadmap for the wide introduction of innovation technologies in a global level. Another adverse consequence of climate change is the intensifying trend of climate migration. Unfortunately, clear international mechanisms and the legal framework in this direction have not yet been created. We advocate for the adoption of the Global Pact for a broad international partnership and coordinated policy on this serious issue. Dear participants of the meeting, it is of great importance to prevent inequalities in digital development and the use of artificial intelligence between countries. We propose to create an international cooperation mechanism aimed at the gratis exchange of practical solutions and models of artificial intelligence in healthcare, education, and culture. I would like to emphasize another priority issue. Our future, the destiny, and the prosperity of the world are in the hands of the younger generation. It is our urgent task to instill in the hearts and minds of our sons and daughters the most noble ideas, such as peace, humanism, and friendship, mutual trust, and respect. In this regard, we put forward the proposal to establish the World Youth Movement for Peace and to locate its headquarters in Uzbekistan. We are consistently implementing a policy of tolerance in our society. At the same time, we will actively continue our efforts to deeply study the ideas of Islamic enlightenment and promote them to the world.
In the coming months, we will open the Center of Islamic Civilization, which is unique for our wider region. We intend to hold a special presentation at the United Nations of the rich spiritual and scientific heritage of our great ancestors, thinkers and scholars such as Imam Bukhari, Imam Tirmizi, and Imam Maturidi. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the new Uzbekistan is a supporter of mutual solidarity, open dialogue, and close partnership with all countries. We are always ready to contribute to strengthening dialogue among peoples, cultures, and civilizations, and to achieving universal human goals. I thank you very much for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Republic of Uzbekistan. We have heard the last speaker in the general debate for this meeting. The next plenary meeting to continue with the general debate will be held immediately following the adjournment of this meeting. The meeting is adjourned. The fifth plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Hurelsuk Ukna, President of Mongolia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I wish to extend my sincere congratulations to Ms. Annalena Baerbock on assuming the important role of the President of the General Assembly at this historic moment marking the 80th anniversary of the United Nations, and my best wishes for a successful session. 8 centuries ago, the great Chinggis Khan established the Great Mongolian Empire, bringing together the West and the East under the rule of justice and principled statecraft. Spanning the vast expanse of Eurasia, the Pax Mongolica era heralded a period of remarkable progress and flourishing for humankind. The Pax Mongolica embodied progressive ideals that form the basis of today's collective efforts to maintain global peace and stability. Then, 8 decades ago, when the dust and ashes of the World War had not cleared yet and humanity had not healed yet from fear and anxiety, the United Nations, a great family of nations, rose to prominence as a guarantor of world peace and security and a sanctuary of hope and trust. Since its establishment, the United Nations has illuminated humanity's path, serving as a steadfast beacon of hope and trust for nations to maintain peaceful coexistence and share a prosperous future. In today's volatile and challenging international environment, we welcome Better Together, 80 years and more for peace, development, and human rights as the theme for the 80th session of the General Assembly and the general debate. Indeed, this theme calls upon us to assess and reflect upon the United Nations' achievements and challenges over the past 80 years, further strengthen its work in accordance with the United Nations Charter and the principles of international law, and combine our collective voices and efforts in pursuit of concrete and tangible outcomes. Distinguished delegates, Mongolia has consistently upheld the United Nations Charter and universally recognized principles and norms of international law, respecting the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of all states, resolving disputes by peaceful means, respecting human rights and freedoms, and fostering equal and mutually beneficial cooperation. Since becoming a full-fledged member of the United Nations in 1961, Mongolia has steadfastly supported the organization's efforts to strengthen international peace and security. It has demonstrated its enduring commitments to disarmament and non-proliferation and declared its territories nuclear weapon-free status. Furthermore, Mongolia has actively collaborated with the United Nations at all levels, including establishing a dialogue mechanism in Northeast Asia, participating in the United Nations peacekeeping operations, and putting forward various proposals and initiatives in the areas of socio-economic development, environment, and climate change to advance the implementation of development policy and goals. During his visit to Mongolia in 2022, United Nations Secretary-General Mr. Antonio Guterres described our nation as a symbol of peace in a troubled world. It is a profound recognition of Mongolia's humble contributions and dedication to the work of the United Nations and its enduring commitment to the cause of peace. Over the past 23 years, Mongolia has continuously deployed personnel from its armed forces to United Nations peacekeeping operations, making a meaningful contribution to global and regional peace and security. During this period, Mongolia has deployed more than 23,000 peacekeepers to 16 United Nations peacekeeping missions and consistently ranked among the top 20 troop and police contributing countries out of more than 120 member states. As we mark the 25th anniversary of UN Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace, and security, it is a pleasure to announce that through the steady increase in the deployment of female military personnel, the proportion of women peacekeepers from Mongolia has reached 14% in 2025. Mongolia will continue to extend its unwavering support to the United Nations in its efforts to maintain international